Second. Hi, Alex. I can hear you. Okay, so 1 second. I just want to stop myself from going out here on the system as well. So.
Hello everybody. You're very welcome to the iNOTE Symposium. My name is Dr. Deirdre McClay and I'm Senior Lecturer for Teaching and Learning and Student Engagement at Atlantic Technological University, Donegal campus. You're all very welcome here today, and I'm here to introduce all our guests and participants. And first of all, I want to welcome all of you that are here in front of me at the Donegal campus, but also to welcome all of you that are there on live stream as well. Okay? So my first duty and my pleasure is to introduce you to Dr. Sean Duffy, who is our Vice President, ATU of Integration and also the iNOTE project lead. And Sean will introduce and outline and give some background of the iNOTE project. Thank you, Sean.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here, and it's great for those of you who know us and have been part of iNOTE since the very beginning to see this day come to fruition, particularly from looking back over the last 3 years and the work that has gone into it. So today we mark the near completion of the iNOTE project and to celebrate the achievements of the group that I'm very proud to be part of. So over the course of today, my colleagues will lead you through the details of iNOTE, what it has become and how it has impacted us for the better over the past 3 years or so. So just before we hear those details, part of my role is to provide you with some background about the project, about where did it come from and basically why are we here today. So the iNOTE project itself was funded under the Higher Education System Innovation and Transformation Call. And I think that's a particularly important title. It was a Higher Education System Innovation and Transformation Call administered by the HEA. And we got the call way back in August 2018, which is way back in the midst of time now in relation to the kind of work we've been doing. So iNOTE was and is an ambitious project. So as the 3 institutes of the then Connacht Ulster Alliance, our colleagues in GMIT, LYIT and IT Sligo, we applied for funding to support our specific online and flexible learning ambitions, and also our ambitions to work collectively and collaboratively to demonstrate that we could act as one and to support our ambition to become a technological university. So on the 1st of April, as you know, in 2022, we did become the Atlantic Technological University. So, to go back in time, the HA issued the call in August 2018, and we were required to provide a response to that, but the response had to be submitted before the end of September, and some of you here in the room will remember that, so that was our first challenge. So there's a number of key objectives of the call at the time, and essentially the call was looking for projects to support innovative and transformative proposals from institutions or groups of institutions with potential application and impact across the higher education system. So it was very ambitious, quite high level in relation to the impact across the system. So specifically, we were at that stage under our starters orders, and specifically we were looking at innovation, transformation, quality improvement in student learning outcomes, and we were also looking for innovation, transformation of flexible distance and e-learning programs. So there was no small feat, and essentially then we were asked to align all that to this higher education system objectives from 2018 to 2020. So I said, right, off you go lads, you have 3 weeks to do that. So reflecting back on it, where we were as a consortium at that stage when iNOTE proposal was first put together, we need to remember way back in 2018 the TU Act had just been formally signed and had been passed earlier that year, and the criteria to become a technological university were much more clearer. So we were getting our ducks in a row at that stage, and we could see the challenges ahead. Also reflecting where we were in terms of digital, flexible or online capabilities at that stage. Obviously our colleagues at that stage in IT Sligo had made huge progress in that area, but ourselves in Letterkenny and our colleagues in Galway were only at the initial stages of such development. So we recognise that. And also, one of the things we were looking at was, I've mentioned the title of the funding Higher Education System Innovation and Transformation Call, and people were saying, well, if this is a big project, we need to be ambitious, and I've mentioned ambition a few times, and people said, well, where did iNOTE come from, or where did even the name come from at the time? And one of our points we discussed was, we're throwing around the funding call and the funding title, and we can't keep calling it that HEA project or that type of project. So I remember at home at the time talking to my daughter and saying we need a title for this. And then she was saying, what's it about? Trying to explain it to me. And I said, it's to do with technology. Well, she said, well, everything now is an iPad or an iPhone. So the I idea came into being. So we took a look back at the title of the actual funding itself and ended up with the iNOTE, which is really for us looking at innovative opportunities transforming education. And that's what we believe we have done over the past number of years. So we were delighted to have been awarded the funding. And one of the key indicators for us was the fact that there was going to be a huge increase in the number of students joining in the higher education system between 2019 and 2029, and that we were looking at a projected 20% increase in overall student population. But the majority of these new learners were going to be new learners who were going to be mature or lifelong learners, and we needed to provide and to be able to cater for them and provide flexible education propositions. So anyhow, we worked together. Many long nights, many details, and Billy will also tell the story that in one case we nearly went down in history as being the only group to be locked in the Sligo campus at the time in relation to the work that was going on. So in December 2018 we were delighted to hear that we were awarded 2.84 million as part of the project funding from 2019 to 2022, and our overall aim was to build digital capability for flexible learning delivery in the Northwest region. So at the time, who were we up against? Who were we competing against? So we found out then in January 2019 that there were 34 eligible applications received by the HE at the time. And of the 34 applications, 22 were deemed to be recommended for funding and 21 actually commenced as projects. So iNOTE received the second largest amount of funding from that particular tranche. The largest project was from the Irish Universities Association, and it had a similar focus, focusing on enhancing digital capacity in teaching and learning, and they received 2.9 million and we received 2.8 million. So for a group of 3 institutes of technology to competing at that level, at that stage, we weren't doing too bad, and we were pleased with what we were doing. So my role has been as the iNOTE project lead, and really initially on behalf of LYT, but the main work has been undertaken by the work package leads and their teams. So we have Dr. Simon Stevens, who worked initially here in Letterkenny, Professor Jacqueline McCormick and Louise Cairns and others in IT Sligo, and then Karina Ginty in our campus in Galway. So the project was overseen by a steering committee, which included representatives from THEA, the National Forum for the Enhancement of Learning and Teaching in Higher Education. We had representatives from the USI, and then our then CUA VPs for Academic Affairs and registrars. So as we went through and we started that process, then we were delighted to get our feedback from the HEA in January 2019. And again, this is by means of providing some of the background. So what did they think of us? They obviously thought enough of us to give us 2.8 million, but what did they actually think? So in preparing for this, I went back and looked back at the feedback. So what they said to us at the time was that successful completion of this proposal should address the physical issues of flexible learning across the CUA, having an impact and value for money on the constituent institutions. So I think we've done that. The iNOTE project is both innovative and inclusive in the sense that it is the proposal is going beyond digital capacity and onto digital capability. And we had a long number of debates about this at the time, not just creating digital capacity. We can have the capacity to operate in a digital manner, but we have to have the capability also. And finally, the assessor said at the time that this is a significant project, strongly aligned with the strategic plans of the CUA membership, national policy objectives, and national and regional social and economic needs. So I hope that over the course of today you will see clear evidence of how the CUA and now ATU iNOTE teams have made this project a reality and have lived up to the excellent feedback that we received at the time from the HEA review panel. So the early expectations we feel have been met, and in many cases that they have been exceeded. And just by the way, for your interest, I had forgotten these details, but at the time when we took a look and we got the feedback back from them, we got a very strong figure of 82 out of 100 for our proposal at the time. So I'm sure we've lived up to that at this stage. So on behalf of the project team, I would like to take this opportunity to express our sincere thanks to all of the presenters who you'll be hearing from later today, who will be sharing their experiences of iNOTE 2022 at the Symposium. In addition, we really would like to publicly thank the funders, particularly the HEA, for supporting and developing this project over the past number of years. And hopefully you will enjoy and learn as much from today as the day progresses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. Our next speaker I have great pleasure to welcome is our President of Atlantic Technological University, Dr. Orla Flynn, for a welcome address. Thank you, Orla.
Garmagat. Díomh a gcuinúis agus bhualam fáiltimúir choróibh go léir go dtí cógáil iNOTE. A warm welcome to our iNOTE Symposium of 2022. iNOTE, Innovative Opportunities Transforming Education. Wow, looking back at the last 2 years that we've had, little did we know then maybe how essential this project would be to us all. And I suppose we unfortunately don't have the ability to look into the future, but I think, Sean, when you were talking about the origins of the project back in 2018, we really had no idea of the journey that we would unwillingly have to take, I think, in the last 2 years. And I think we safely can point to huge levels of innovation and indeed transformation over that period of time. And one of the reasons that we did survive, I won't quite say thrive, but one of the reasons we did survive during that period was because of the various different strands of the iNOTE project. And again, the main aim, as Sean said there, was to build digital capacity for flexible learning and in the West and Northwest. And it's hard to think that's 4 short years ago. It seems like a lifetime in many ways, but it is really only just a couple of years ago. And I guess all our lives really have been transformed. We've implemented outcomes from the project. We've implemented the digitaled.ie platform, and we've learned from digital champions. We'll have the associated Digital Ed conference later in the week. We've seen change and transformation in quality assurance, policies and systems, in supports for flexible learners. We've seen a number of pilot work-based programs become outstanding exemplars of a well-supported approach to flexible learning in fintech, engineering, and in medtech. And in many ways, we could say that we've almost been overtaken by events, because all of our programs in the last 2 years were really well-supported approaches to flexible learning. But we had the iNOTE initiative to draw on and to learn from as we went. We also, I must say, have an outstanding online symposium brochure or booklet. It's, I think the link should have been in the email there. I certainly enjoyed browsing through it. And if you haven't seen it, I would urge you to have a look at it. It's a really outstanding piece of work. I do want to thank Dr. Sean Duffy, the original project lead. I know that I was involved in a similar submission, nothing to do with online, it was to do with student entrepreneurship, and I do recall the very short window of time that we were given back in summer, August of 2018, but fair play, it was a great initiative at the time, and I suppose we didn't have the tools then to draw on, to work collaboratively like we do now. Dr. Simon Stevens from Donegal, Professor Jacqueline McCormack and Louise Kearns from Sligo, and Dr. Karina Ginty, Galway, who together led a really collegial approach across all 4 work package teams, and also to those who organised the event today. And I think the format of today, you know, there's face-to-face and there's online. We're getting used to working in this new hybrid world, and I think that world is here to stay with us. You know, it is lovely to meet people in person once again, and while we have been living our best digital lives these last couple of years, we are in essence human beings, and perhaps we have an additional appreciation for our human qualities now that we're meeting face to face once more. I would say there were a number of other consequences or outcomes of the project other than those that were maybe very clinically defined and described back in 2018. We built trust across our Atlantic TU University community, and we got to know each other. But the initiative also provided a solid launchpad for other initiatives that were to follow, such as the Higher Ed 4.0 submission, and also recent input to the Technological Higher Education response to the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, and we'll be hearing a bit more about that again in the coming weeks. I do want to thank those external bodies who supported and who continue to support this and other initiatives. And indeed, that's a hallmark of how we work in ATU. We involve our communities, we involve our stakeholders in much of what we do. The Regional Skills Fora, the Northwest Regional Assembly, the Western Development Commission and the USI, among others. So, Sinna bhfuil anish, tá súlagam go muinnig sibh tainmh agus ólas as an cógáil, slán go fóil agus gurmagur.
And now we will have a keynote address from Dr. Alec Curis. Alec Curis is Professor of Educational Technology and Media at the Faculty of Education at the University of Regina. An award-winning educator, Alec has given hundreds of workshops and presentations nationally and internationally on topics such as designing collaborative environments, open connected learning, social media in education, digital citizenship, and critical media literacy. His graduate and undergraduate courses help current and future educators understand and take advantage of educational potential of new and emerging technologies. So you're very welcome, Dr. Alec Curis.
Thank you, everyone. And it's great to hear about your the ending of your iNOTE project, a very successful project, and the formation of the new ATU. I'm honored to be your keynote presenter today. And I come to you from Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada. I'll show a bit here in a second, but my presentation today is Breaking Down the Walls, Rethinking Online Learning in an Online Network World. And I hope that this will provide some extension to some of the work that you're doing today. And hopefully the technology works okay. A little bit more about me. Thank you so much for that, that kind introduction. It's really easy to find me online. I'm a fairly networked individual, heavy Twitter profile and social media presence. It's one of the key elements that I bring into being an online academic. As I mentioned, I'm in Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada. So I wasn't able to make the trip today, but very happy to be coming in from this part of Western Canada. I'm not sure if you've heard of the place, but it's worth the trip anyway. So I'd love to visit you someday as well. One of the key things that I work on is really working with students to develop media, to develop an online presence, to in some ways break out of the shell of the learning management system, to develop their own competencies and proficiencies, and so that they're able to learn outside of the institution and to provide and demonstrate and make their work transparent to the world, all along developing personal learning networks, professional learning networks, and developing the proficiencies to develop media in a way that's quite convincing and proficient. I want to speak a little bit about our context, and this is one of the reasons I teach in the way that I do. I've been teaching online courses in one form or another for almost a quarter century now, and of course, much has changed. You discussed how much has changed in the last 4 years, but of course, in the last 25 years, online education is much different than it was before. Hopefully much easier than it was in the past. I find tools like this or tools like Zoom or other video conferencing tools have been quite a boon to what we're able to do versus some of the text-based systems that we used to have. But some of the biggest changes in the last little while that have really changed the way that we should teach online courses and should teach in general, I think I'll discuss here, and hopefully you'll find some meaning in what I have to say. So first of all, the rise of open content. I know most of you are probably familiar with open educational resources. But in general, if we go back even to 2001 with the president of MIT, Charles Vest, when they announced that they would put their content online, this was a huge shakeup of education, the higher education institutions for some time, that they're thinking that an institution would provide their materials for free. As things went along, I'm sure you recall around 2008, there was the dawn of the Moocs. One of the first Moocs were developed by Canadians, Stephen Downes, George Siemens. It was the CCK08 Mooc, Connectivism and Connected Knowledge. And at the time, it was quite a novel thing that we could connect hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people in courses. And you saw the technology change quite quickly. Now, Mooc mania has died down quite a bit, but of course, we're left with sites like Coursera. Of course, a number of different institutions across the world provide massive open online courses. And it's really changed forever what we're able to do. Much of this is due to just the larger environment that we see. I would suggest that something like YouTube is probably in a form of a bigger Mooc as well. It's something that we learn from daily. I think most of you are obviously quite familiar with learning from places like YouTube, and certainly your students are as well. I learn very minute things that are not of much consequence, and some things that are quite consequential in my daily searching. But thinking about how students continue to learn, there's been some changes which I'll go through in a second. But even the advent of sites like Course Hero and Chegg have brought new challenges to what we're able to do in our classes. So, for instance, if you're not familiar with Chegg and Course Hero, there's sites that students can go to and essentially find shared answers, find answers to questions that are either automatic or produced by people who are part of this, part of these companies, which is really challenging. Our assignments, what we decide to assign, what we trust in terms of our student work, whether it's theirs or someone else's, is really challenged the way that we look at academic integrity, certainly. But it's a new reality. And whether it's YouTube or Mooc or whether it's OERs, this meme comes to light that we see that pretty much everything else is out there, and we have to consider thinking differently about how we might teach, given that there is so much content available, whether it's legitimate content, whether it's shared OER content, whether it's content that's found from one of these sites. It's very different. We have to start thinking very differently about how we teach, what we assess, and what's worth assigning. Tony Wagner, back in 2012, I remember, I think this being quite poignant at the time. Today, knowledge is free. It's like air. It's like water. There's no competitive advantage in knowing more than the person next to you. The world doesn't care what you know. What the world cares about is what you can do with what you know. And certainly there's that aspect of it. The more pragmatic aspects of the way that we assign, that we create assignments, that we look at work in and outside of the school. But as Martin Welder, as some of you may be aware of, Dr. Martin Welder, the pedagogy of abundance is a term he coined, I think back in about 2011. And I'll go through that in a second. But it's also this question that we have when we think about the pedagogy of abundance and this greater conundrum that we're looking at. I've seen this quote as paraphrased in this way and other ways over the years. If you can Google it, why teach it? We think differently about the way, what counts as knowledge, what's worth teaching. Going back to these 17th century paintings of and you may have seen these before. This at the time, a future-looking glimpse or a glimpse into the future at that time didn't look much different than sometimes that we sometimes the world that we've become, focused really on rote learning, focused on knowledge acquisition. In some cases, we continue to do these same things. Weller's, getting back to Weller's Pedagogy of Abundance, he points out that we live in a world where content is free, or at least in most cases, it's free and abundant. Content is abundant. Sharing is quite easy. We can very easily share our content in a number of different ways. Connections are light, and by that he means that it's very easy to create connections through networks, whether it's Twitter or Facebook or LinkedIn or whatever it might be, or through other more professional or university networks. It makes it very easy to collaborate, and that's the last point is organization is cheap. It's incredibly easy to get organized, to develop joint projects together, to collaborate over the web, and it's made things quite different, quite amazing in many ways, but at the same time quite complex. And again, going back to the idea that this should challenge the way that we think about teaching and learning. And because of a lot of this, the Pedagogy of Abundance brings us back to some of the social constructivist and other social learning aspects that we've seen even from the 1960s and on. Some of the things that panned out, some that didn't as much. And some of you may have seen this. Actually a device that was made around 1925 in a limited fashion. It was the idea behind this device was that if we only use this isolator, we could put it on our head, we could have some oxygen pumped into our environment, and we were able to focus much more. And learning at the time, I think, was a very personal and individual endeavor. And we still sometimes consider learning to be this social and this isolated endeavor rather than a more social one. We have seen examples of this. This is what I'd call mind your own business learning, sort of like anti-cheating devices, I guess. If we're not going to use Proctor Track, we can use something like or e-proctoring. We can certainly use something like this, but again, the enterprise around individual learning is something that has hopefully come and gone in some ways. Phil Hill, and you can certainly look at this, and I'm happy to provide some links afterwards. Phil Hill created a post called "Opening Up the LMS Walled Garden," where he looks at the learning management system as it is, something like this, as most of you would be familiar with if you're using an LMS, but with some adaptations, being able to thin out the walls a little bit, to in a course to use things like social networks or blogs, or to even thin the walls a bit more, use the wiki or collaboration, perhaps some video or video conferencing outside of that tool. And in some cases, people develop courses that are within the LMS, but also in a number of disparate spaces outside of the LMS. Now, governance and policy sometimes doesn't always fit this particular approach, but I'll share some of the practices that I'd like to certainly like to share today, that will maybe attest to this type of course is something that is worth considering. In practice, and thinking about my own practice, and especially what I call open boundary courses, I want to start with rethinking online learning environments. The Unbounded Classroom is something I've been working on for some time now. Very similar to what Phil Hill demonstrated there in his different depictions of the thinning the walls of the learning management system. This is a way that I often look at it, that as part of our institutional experience, we certainly should have the safety and security and the attention to privacy that we have for our students. But at some time, we should be looking at thinning the walls and creating some experiences for our students to be able to experience learning outside of the institutional walls. Because ultimately, this is likely our goal, that students will develop into those who work within learning organizations. And these learning organizations, of course, are not just these finite spaces, but ones that sprawl across different ones, different organizations and communities across the web. What I've been developing are these, what I call open boundary courses, somewhere between a traditional online course and a Mooc, not quite inviting everyone to the world, but allowing these boundaries to be a really important part of the course experience. My experimentations in this type of course go back to 2007, and this particular course that I taught here. This was a social media course that I taught in 2007, and it was known to be one of the courses that helped to inspire the online course movement. In 2007, I was just new to teaching graduate courses, and I wanted to open my course out to the world. So at the time, I decided to create a course trailer to invite people into my course that were not necessarily course registrants, the traditional registrants, to the course. And I wanted to invite people to mentor some of my students. And this is the video I produced. So from that particular trailer, it started trending on YouTube. I ended up with 20 students registered for the course, which was the max number for the course students at the time. And about 200 mentors signed up, so 200 other people. So it was kind of a strange student to mentor relationship. So I didn't obviously accept all of the mentors, but it was really interesting to see what could be done with just putting some message out there into cyberspace and seeing who might come. Courses since that I've been teaching follow a similar model like this. So I do use a learning management system, but I typically use a space that might be private and social. And lately I've been using something called Discord, that students controlled spaces, a space that students can take away with them after the course is done, and a public social site, something like Twitter, for instance, to participate in a much larger community. So as I mentioned, something like Discord, some of you may be familiar, it's very big in gaming communities. This allows the students to participate in forums that don't look like LMS forums and are much more social and in many cases more useful. What I find is what happens is we start in a space like this, and students continue on in these spaces well beyond the course, and they may make it into their own community that thrives beyond the courses that we teach. Then there's, of course, the Twitter Spaces. This is a tool called TweetDeck, where I kind of keep track of all of the different courses that I teach and students using different hashtags. And these are the public conversations that students are participating with others in their field. Those who are not quite into the field. I teach in a teacher education program, so they participate with many teachers that are already actively participating in classrooms for an added bit of experience. And as I mentioned, students will also develop their own WordPress blogs. Many of them will buy their own domain names. So this is, again, their work that they do within the courses are something that they take with them, something that they can develop into their own authentic portfolios and take with them. And I think this just creates a much more authentic experience overall for students, and a much more connected experience. If you're interested in seeing some of the work that my students have done even this last semester, you're welcome to go to a place where I aggregate all of their blogs for one course in this case. ECI834.ca will get you there to see a little bit of how I aggregate some of those courses to see my approach. There's also the point of rethinking participation, and rethinking assessment is a really big key theme in terms of the way that we look at it. The days of just text-only essays and that type of work, I think we have to rethink, especially living in a much more multimedia and multi-literate world. So one of the I'll sort of go, sorry, rethinking assignments. I'm sorry, I missed put a wrong slide in there. Some of the things that I find for when I'm looking for new assignments, I get a lot of inspiration from places like YouTube, for instance. So this is one of my favorite channels. This is something called Smarter Every Day, which is a engineer by the name of Destin, who basically explores different problems, I guess. In this case, it's an engineering problem. And this one is it's an interesting episode where he takes a bike, and what you can see here is he's rigged it so if you turn the bike right, the bike will turn left, and if you turn the handlebars left, the bike will turn right. And the question behind this is, like, how long will it actually take to ride a bike like this? And you can see Destin tries and tries again to actually ride the bike. He challenges many other people to do it, but as he does this, he learns a lot of different things around neuroplasticity, about how we learn. His son actually learns in a much quicker time than he does. He gets into knowledge versus understanding. And the approach itself is a great learning approach. It's personal, it's very storied, it's very told in a narrative. It's inquiry and interest-based, it's authentic, and it's accessible. And many of these approaches that when I see good content on places like YouTube, I try to bring these into the way that I teach, or the way that students develop videos in their own ways. And so that's just one example. One of the key assignments that I teach, and I think this is something that you could consider for some of the courses that you teach, we do at the end of every semester, in every class, we do something called what's a summary of learning, which is where students produce a multimedia artifact that concisely summarizes the learning experience for the entire course. The focus is meant to be creative, clear, and concise. Communication artifact is designed for a global audience. And so, and this is an important point, the global audience piece, is that students aren't just creating something for me, they're actually creating something for the world to see. And I think in many ways, it provides a different type of motivation for the type of work they do. If you want to look at any of those, if you just go to YouTube and type in summary of learning, you'll find hundreds from my students who have taken all different approaches to develop some amazing artifacts. One example of one way that they might do that is in song. This is a couple of students a few years back who took a kind of a novel and kind of fun approach to, well, this is just the first part of the video, but a novel approach to sharing the story of their course.
Feeling our way through the darkness, not too sure where to start. We don't know where our journey will end, but Ecom has made us smart. Twitter used to be so hard to understand. Using it was just a dream. But then Alec Curis came and opened up our eyes and taught us to be a team. So we blogged, tweeted, and branched out, learning what all this.
So for timing purposes, I won't be able to show the whole thing, but again, students having fun, that's just one of many different types that students will take. And that's only part of the video. I also take up something that I think is probably my favorite project. And this is really thinking about, I guess, the theme of this particular presentation is, how do we teach differently in a world where so much content is laid out for us out there, and that we have to really think in a different way for challenging our students. I do something called the learning project in my classes, in one of my classes, where it's sort of a passion-based project where we connect the material to student interests. We provide authentic and real-world tasks, help students understand success and failure, and focuses on learning how to learn. And really, it's just one of these projects where you really focus on how do we learn, what connections do we make, what sources do we use, and how do we document that learning in different ways. And this comes for me partly from people like theorist Albert Bandura, where he said, people see the extraordinary feats of others, but not the unwavering commitment and countless hours of perseverant effort that produce them. And really sort of getting at, what are the conditions for us to learn in good ways, and how do we learn in those ways? So students will take up different types of things in my courses. I don't teach music, but students will take up learning how to play a ukulele, and they'll document that throughout their course, whether it's American Sign Language in this case. Or sometimes they'll, this is a colleague of mine who actually taught the course, and this is Dean Sharesky. He's from Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. And he's a great instructor, but he's not a very good guitar player. And he started learning online. And one teacher from Connecticut actually noticed Dean, who was teaching this course, but also doing the assignment with his students. He wasn't a great guitar player, but someone from Connecticut just happened to see one of Dean's videos. And this person happened to be a music teacher of a grade 12 class. And he actually got his grade 12 students to teach Dean, and each one of these students would create different videos on how to teach this instructor from Saskatchewan. So it's kind of amazing what sort of connections, by putting our work out there, it's amazing how quickly we can connect to new types of things. So one example, I've got lots more to share if you're ever interested. And the final thing, and this kind of alludes a little bit to what your president mentioned about the humanness about online courses. And I think it's really important that we continue to find the human. In 2013, I taught a Mooc called Edmook, Educational Technology Mooc. It actually brought in 12,000 people from 75 different countries. This was just a total whim. It was a sabbatical project. I didn't expect this many people just to emerge from anywhere. One of the key things that we did in that course to really get people sort of working together and seeing that they can create something better together, we created a lip dub. And this lip dub was from people around the world who we sang a Queen song together, Can't Stop Me Now, which was a perfect song for the time. And very quickly, people started to connect in a really, really deep way. And this was just one of many collaborative projects that we did throughout the class. And again, these were, educators from around the world who weren't taking this for credit, but just wanted to participate in different ways. And the story of that lip dub I can share certainly as well. But during the last part of the course, and I'm just going to finish up here, I know I'm getting over time. March 26, 2013 was the very last day of this massive open online course. And that day, my father just happened to pass away. It was the last day of the Mooc. And so it was obviously a big deal to me, and still is. But it was interesting how much of a bond that myself and the course community developed over that time. in the short 10 weeks of this course, and how much we had connected over that time, and how much we continue to connect. In fact, we're still revisiting, and we just hit our 9th anniversary just this last year, where many of us met again. But what happened for me that had personal impact, is my students together, they created a bursary for my father. And they raised $25,000. This money goes to supporting the education of a student who is a new Canadian, so an immigrant who would be considering going into the career of teaching. And it was to honor my father, who was an immigrant from Greece. And so it was just one of these things that just shows that, this human piece is really important. And through interactions like these, real human interactions, real human assignments, you can make some really amazing connections in sites like this if we think about teaching a bit differently. Just to finish this off here, at the time I saw a quote from Clay Shirky, and it was this quote: "We systematically overestimate the value of access to information and underestimate the value of access to each other." And it's just something I've strove for a long time. This is my father with 3 of my 4 kids. My 4th wasn't born at the time when he passed. But, just thinking about the connections that we created, these online courses, it's not just about the content. It's just not about, the type of learning that we've done in the past. Thinking about the sociality, thinking about the connections that we can make with one another, thinking differently about our assignments. I think we can do a lot better than we have in the past. And I think I just want to challenge you to try something different in the time ahead, and to think really about the sweet spot between technology and pedagogy, but also the human part. I usually have a lot more examples on a humanity piece, but given it's 25 minutes, I can't do a whole lot on that area. If you're interested in anything that I've done here, I'm always happy to share. My email is koros@gmail.com. It's the easiest way to get a hold of me. I'm happy to share my materials, my assignments, anything that you'd like. And I apologize for being a little bit incoherent today. It is 3 a.m., so I'm probably ready to go back to bed pretty quickly as well. Thank you for allowing me to present today and allowing me your 25 minutes of your time. And thank you, and have a wonderful event. Take care.
Interesting and informative keynote, and for broadcasting to us at 3 in the morning. So now we're going to take a quick break for about 15 minutes. So if we could come back maybe at 11:10, and there's tea and coffee in the canteen that's to your right as you come out, down the corridor of this room. And after the break, then we'll start to look at the 4 work packages of iNOTE. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. So the first work package of iNOTE is Work Package 1, and it's Quality Assurance Policy for Flexible Delivery. And the team that are here to talk to you about Work Package 1 are Dr. Simon Stevens, the Assistant Registrar, ATU Donegal, Eamon Walsh, Project Innovation Manager, Higher Ed 4.0, ATU Galway and Mayo, and Dr. Lydia Devaney, Postdoctoral Researcher, Unlock Project, Teaching and Learning, ATU Donegal. So I'll hand you over to Simon Stevens.
Thanks, Deirdre, and good morning, everybody. So, as Deirdre said, I'm Simon, and I was in charge of the first work package of the iNOTE project, and we looked at bringing together the 3 quality offices in an attempt to try and create some of the first documentation for ATU. At the start, it was challenging, and we'll talk about some of those challenges in the panel discussion later on this afternoon. But overall, we got there. We made the working relationships, we made the friendships, and we produced the policy documents at the end, and we reported them back to the funders. So when I was thinking about Work Package 1 and I was trying to reflect on the impact that it had on myself, the people who worked on it, and the overall project, the biggest thing for me is how we changed mindsets during iNOTE. We changed mindsets about those who were very pro-technology and those who were very sceptical about technology. And so when I was picking speakers for today, I wanted to pick 2 people who changed my mindset and have influenced my thinking in the area a lot. So the first speaker is Eamon Walsh. Eamon will definitely challenge all our current thoughts about the area and the topic. So Eamon, if you want to come ahead. So, thanks.
Thanks very much, and thank you for that introduction, and good morning, everybody. My name is Eamon Walsh. I'm based in the ATU Galway campus. I'm remembering to start saying that now, and not what we had before. So it's wonderful, and it's a wonderful time in our evolution, if you like, as a university as we go forward. So I'm Project Innovation Manager on the Higher Ed 4.0 project, and Orla made mention to it earlier. And while it's not a follow-on project from iNOTE, it is very much, I suppose, building on aspects of what iNOTE had started and had developed. And there are strong links between the iNOTE project and our Higher Ed 4.0 project. We're led by Professor Jacqueline McCormack, and Dr. Karina Ginty is also on our steering group. So the seeds are there, and we're looking to build on that. So Higher Ed 4.0 is a very large project. Again, it has, I think 8 work packages in total. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time going into that. There's 2 major themes to it around student pathways and access and flexibility, and helping students through their careers and find the right courses, especially for lifelong learners. But also then the part that I'm managing is the innovation theme, the internal theme, where we're looking to develop new models of learning, flexible models of learning, and supporting lecturers in doing that. We have work-based degrees there. We have lots of online courses and online development. And I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and talk for a little bit about part of, and thanks to Simon, a little bit about what we're doing in Higher Ed 4.0. And thank you, that keynote speaker was absolutely fantastic, and I really enjoyed listening to that. And what was lovely about it was, I think Alec was fantastic in a lot of the things that he's talking about there are aspects of our project that we're looking at, like Moocs, like open educational resources. We're looking to develop our own OER and supporting students to be learners. So I'm going to talk just for a few minutes, I won't keep you long, on one aspect of the course of the Higher Ed 4.0 project that I'm really passionate about, which is Makerspaces. So Makerspaces, and there's 2 aspects to it that I'll talk about. And what was also interesting in listening to the keynote speaker was talking about the changing dynamics of learning for students in the 21st century. So and I'm not by any means trying to say that we move from traditional learning to experiential learning or more active learning. I think myself personally, in the future, it will be a combination of the two. But one is a very traditional learning model that we're all very, very familiar with, and this whole area of knowledge attainment, if you like. And this is very much traditional, and for me, quite an passive process, where the student is more passive, taking it in and absorbing it, if you like. And on the right-hand side there, I'm talking more now about the new model, this kind of experiential learning, active learning, very much based in constructivism, I think that Alec had mentioned as well, and social learning. So the students are literally, this becomes a much more active process rather than a passive process. So they're there going to absorb the knowledge, what have we learned, then why have we learned it, and try and apply it. So this very much speaks to the whole ethos of the Atlantic Technological University and what we want to be in the future and what we want to do. So the students can, they have the knowledge now, they can get more, they can know how to find more on the wikis and the social networks and everything, and then they can apply it to something. Okay, so how do we do that? Well, one of the ways that we want to there are lots of ways that you can promote experiential learning, that we do a lot of these today: internships, work placements, study abroad, faculty-led trips. The list is there, and one of the ones that we want to develop is this idea of makerspaces. So this is this making by doing, where you create an environment where students can come together and apply that knowledge that they've learned. What is a makerspace? So it's literally a space for making things. Okay, so what you're doing is they very much coming from a STEM background, around computing, electronics and engineering. So you can think of electronics kits, robots and robotic arms, and 3D printers of late, but also has an arts and crafts element to it as well, like sewing machines or making ceramics, and you can get ceramic and clay 3D printers as well, which are quite novel. So it does speak to STEAM, but for the purposes of Higher Ed 4.0, we're going to start with STEM. Okay, so we're going to look at the electronics side of things, the engineering aspects, and look to develop that. This has come from this whole maker movement. So there's a maker movement, whether you're aware of it or not, around the world. Started in the, very much again on Alex. You may have noticed he had one slide with Girls Who Make, and it was from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and they were one of the founders of the maker movement, MIT, and just bringing people together who can work collaboratively, work together, and kind of hack together a solution. Now, I like the word hacker because I'm a bit of a hacker myself. Hacker is not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, it's no nefarious activities and cybercrime and all of that. The true definition, the original definition of hacking was this one, to basically take, hack together a solution to a problem. Okay, so very much, this is, and I think the link there, and I'll make it available to people afterwards, to the Tech Model Railroad Club of MIT back in 1995 when this kind of stuff started. So you're taking that idea, this maker movement, maker culture, hacktivism, and bringing it together in spaces where students can apply their learning, if you like. And why do we want to do these maker spaces? Well, because we need students to be able to think creatively, to think about problems, to come together and find solutions to problems, and think about it in a creative way, take risks, and do it together and working in teams. And actually, part of the maker movement and the maker culture is looking at some big ticket items, big societal issues that are affecting us all today, things like climate change, for example. So you really, there's no limit to what you can attempt to solve in a makerspace. So we have two major visions for what we want to do with makerspaces, and that is very much to support project internally for our own students to support project-based learning. And later on in the afternoon, you'll hear from Brian Mulligan, who's also part of he's the theme lead on the innovation theme for Higher Ed 4.0. He'll talk about work-based learning, which is very relevant to iNOTE, and a closely related aspect of work-based learning that supports is project-based learning. So those projects can be internally in the college, created and developed by lecturers and the students themselves, or they can be industry-led, where you're taking an industry problem and bringing that into the classroom or into the makerspace and working out solutions. And again, this very much supports these 21st century skills, employability skills, soft skills, like I mentioned there, the problem solving, the collaboration, the teamwork, the creative thinking. Okay, it's just trying to get people to think outside the box, and turning those knowledge into skills, and very much learning by doing. It's an active process. So what we're looking to do is create physical makerspaces in each of our campuses. Okay, ideally at least 3. Okay, along the west and northwest seaboard, and have basically put a lot of equipment like 3D printers and laser cutters, electronics kits, and whatever else we need to be able to support students to learn by doing and actually making things. The other aspect to this project is for outreach to schools and to the wider community. So very much the maker movement started out with schools and younger students, and then into the community and bringing together entrepreneurs and other people interested in the maker movement and maker culture. But we also, this is very much coming now into higher education around the world, and for us, this is the other major vision, is to promote that outreach. And to actually facilitate, showing students what's possible and promoting the Atlantic Technological University as we do that. We're going to attempt to do that in 2 ways. One, with this idea of a mobile makerspace, which might be a bus like this one from Freaks Lab in Hanze University in the Netherlands, or it might be a van just piled up with loads of kit, as if you're going to a gig and you have a pop-up makerspace in the school or in a community hall, and then you bring people together and you run some workshops to make some stuff and hack together some creative solutions. Or we might also have some virtual spaces. Now, a virtual space can be where you would post some kits out, post some robots and 3D printers out to schools and electronics kits, and then bring them together on a Teams call or on a Zoom call and go through a solution. Or they might watch some videos showing them how to do that. So that's also part of what we would like to do. And I suppose for me, this is to inspire. Years ago when I was starting out in my college life, I really didn't know what I wanted to do. So I took a general science degree in the beginning, and I thought I wanted to do something in biology, because I didn't know why, but it was one of my better subjects in the Leaving Cert maybe. But when I was there, not sure what to do in first year, I went on a tour of the university and facilities, and I went on a tour down to the physics and electronics lab. And I'll never forget, it always sticks with me. Some of my college life is a bit fuzzy, but that one sticks with me. That I saw some guys there just making prototyping boards with electronics, and had soldering irons out and microchips and hooking it up to a computer. And I immediately just knew that's what I wanted to do. That's what I want to do. And that changed my life. And I went on and I actually did a degree in applied physics and electronics, and did lots of worked in IT for many years before coming to higher education. So that idea of inspiring students when we bring them into our makerspaces or work with them on maker activities and actively trying to solve problems, and hopefully we will inspire them to come to Atlantic Technological University and follow their dreams. Okay, so thank you very much. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Eamon. And next then we have Dr. Lydia Devaney, postdoctoral researcher on the Unlock project with Teaching and Learning ATU Donegal.
Hi everyone, my name is Lydia. As Deirdre said there, I'm a postdoctoral researcher. My research project Unlock, which stands for Unlocking Student Engagement Through Learning Analytics, is funded by the National Forum for the Enhancement of Teaching and Learning in Higher Education. Today I'm going to talk to you a bit about student engagement in online environments. This research forms part of a paper with ATU and Utrecht University researchers, and it's currently in review. Okay, so as we all know, in March 2020, we went through an emergency transition to online learning. Higher education practitioners worldwide adopted novel teaching strategies to deliver content online at this time. This rapid conversion of in-person education was unprecedented and was conceptualised as emergency online teaching and learning. For the purposes of this presentation, the online learning environment that I'm referring to is this emergency switch of modalities brought forward by the inception of a global pandemic. So just to set the scene, following this transition, students began to report increased levels of stress, anxiety, depression, fatigue, and loneliness, and a reduction in happiness and optimism. This is happening globally. And in the Irish context, research begins to reveal feelings of isolation and lowered levels of motivation among students. Evidence emerges of concerns about academic performance and disruptions in sleep patterns. And at the same time, among researchers, there's a 26% decrease in the initiation of research projects and a 15% drop in journal submissions. While this is going on among the student and research community, teaching staff are reporting increased levels of stress and anxiety, poor quality of work-life balance, and poor quality of psychological well-being. So that's the online environment scene. In terms of measuring student engagement, despite there being 173,000 scholarly articles and over 700 million Google hits relating to student engagement, there is still little consensus among researchers, practitioners, and policymakers on how the student engagement construct should be defined. There are various socio-cultural definitions, which many of you will be aware of. In terms of measuring student engagement, to do that we must consider it functionally. And when we do this, it is evident that the NSE, which is the National Survey of Student Engagement in America, is the most popular and robust measure of student engagement. The NSE adopts a behavioural-based multidimensional model containing 10 factors or 10 indicators and 47 subsequent items. Now, studentsurvey.ie, which many of you will be familiar with, is based on the NSE. It includes the same items, apart from the studentsurvey.ie has 9 indicators, whereas the NSE has 10. However, it should be noted that the behavioural models adopted by NSE and Student Survey are not the only models out there. Many theoretical models extend beyond that behavioural manifestation, so a commonly accepted construct is also Ballwant's theory on student engagement that incorporates cognitive, behavioural and affective manifestations. There's also Bowden's model of student engagement also that also adds social manifestations to that too. However, a robust measure of incorporating these more modern models is not yet available, and the concept of student engagement is ever evolving for us. So for this piece of research, we'll consider student engagement functionally under the 9 indicators that are used in both the NSE and the studentsurvey.ie. There in the bottom right-hand corner there, you can see collaborative learning, effective teaching practices, higher order learning, learning strategies, quality of interactions, quantitative reasoning, reflective and integrative learning, supportive environments, and student-faculty interactions. Now, when I'm presenting some of the results here, they're on on a scale of 0 to 60, because the answers are reported in a Likert type scale, it's categorical. So by converting this to a standardized scale of 0 to 60, we can then do better comparisons across time. So in terms of the methodology, the data was collected in February and March 2019, 2020. So the 2020 data was just before COVID, and the 2021 data is during COVID. Participants were recruited through emails and promotional materials by studentsurvey.ie and by the Institute. As you can see, in the 2018 to 2019, we had 785 respondents, 967 in 2019-2020, and 894 in 2020 to 2021. Most of the analysis was carried out on Excel or SPSS. So the data was tested for normality using the Kolmogorov-Smirnov test, and because the data wasn't normally distributed, we decided to do non-parametric testing. Percentages were compared using chi-squared tests. Means were compared using independent samples Kruskal-Wallis tests. We calculated effect sizes using Cohen's d. And because we were making quite a few comparisons across the years and across the different items and indicators, we corrected for multiple comparisons using Bonferroni's correction. So in 2021, a student survey also administered a COVID-19 module for the first time. And we can see here that the majority of students felt happy with the supports and facilities provided by the Institute during this time. So we have around 85% of students agreed that their higher education institute provides them with ongoing, effective and timely communications. Around 88% reported that their higher education institutes provide them with adequate online learning opportunities. Around 87% reported access to online learning facilities to engage with their learning, and around 73% reported a suitable study environment at home. However, just 53% reported agreeing that they felt connected with their higher education institute. Now, while this module was introduced in 2021, it means that we cannot compare it to previous years. So it might be worth considering what is a normal level of connectedness. When we consider previous research, Rove and Jordan in 2004 did an actual direct comparison between online and in-person teaching and learning and feelings of connectedness. And when in the online environment, there was an average response of a feeling of 29 out of 40 in terms of feelings of connectedness, but then in person, that was just at 32 out of 40. So really there's very little difference between the online and in-person reports on connectedness. So it would have been both beneficial and interesting to be able to compare this across the 2019 and 2020 data, but because the COVID-19 pandemic was not foreseen, this just wasn't possible. Now when we look at the indicators, so in terms of the quantitative reasoning, higher order learning and reflective and integrative reasoning, this did not change significantly during the transition to online learning, which really is indicative of the resilience and innovation of teaching staff during this time. In all instances, quality of interaction items decreased following a switch to online teaching and learning, with large effect sizes occurring among student and student interactions. So you can see the effect size there, almost 0.6 between the students. And there was a drop of almost 10 points from 46 to 36 following the transition to online learning. Nonetheless, all types of interactions were significantly lower with small to medium effect sizes, and thus it's worth considering all types of interactions when strategizing for future changes. terms of collaborative learning, this also decreased during the COVID pandemic, and as well, the effective teaching practice also went down in some instances. However, the effect sizes here were quite small. In terms of learning strategies, this actually went up during the pandemic. Students were more likely to have reviewed their notes after class in 2021 than in previous years, and to identify key information from recommended readings as well. This again showcases the resilience and motivation of students during this time. In terms of supportive environments, the use of learning support services and support for students' overall well-being did not change during the switch to online learning. This is particularly important given some of the statistics I presented earlier around feelings of stress and anxiety and depression among students. In terms of student-faculty interactions, this also went down during the COVID-19 pandemic. Students were less likely to talk about career plans with academic staff, to discuss course topics, ideas, or concepts with academic staff outside of class, to work with academic staff on activities other than coursework, or to discuss performance with staff also. Firstly, even though there are an abundance of technological solutions designed to enhance student engagement in online learning, there is some need. It certainly is not surprising that it was not expected, and that people were not equipped to deal with this emergency switch to online learning. The findings indicate that what works in a traditional in-person environment may not easily translate to online teaching and learning environments. And it suggested that educational factors evaluate their experiences during lockdown through top-down and bottom-up approaches, and policy and decision makers should ensure that future educators are well equipped to deliver lessons online should we find ourselves in an emergency switch to online learning again. In terms of impact and applications, speculatively, training may be needed to increase student feelings of connectedness and levels of interactions during online learning, and to address the decrease in perceptions of transactional distance. Now, as I said before, it would be quite useful to be able to compare both feelings of connectedness in person and online, and this may be a direction for future research. Collaborative learning and student-faculty interactions will be negatively impacted by a transition to online learning. So McCormick conducted research in planned online learning, so not the emergency switch to online learning, but the planned online learning and in-person teaching and learning. And they found that collaborative learning and student-faculty interactions are decrease irrespective of whether it's planned or not. And this is one of the consequences of the online education. So this would be expected should we move again to an online learning environment. And finally, having a blended education model will enable both staff and students to be more confident and prepared should we switch to online learning again. Thank you very much, folks, for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. Are there any questions anybody wants to ask on work package 1 for Simon or Eamon or Lydia? No? Everybody happy? Okay. We'll maybe take advantage of the catch-up in time. So we'll move on now to Work Package 2. And Work Package 2 is Building Digital Teaching and Learning Capabilities in the Atlantic Technological University. And the team that are here to talk to you about Work Package 2 are Dr. Karina Ginty, Project Lead and Head of Teaching and Learning at ATU Galway and Mayo, Jessica Duffy, T&L Projects Coordinator, Annette Cosgrove, Lecturer in TEL, and Orla Skehill, Learning Technologist for digitalaid.ie. Okay, thank you.
And can I check, thanks very much, Deirdre. Can I check, is Orla and Jessica online? And Jessica is not? All right, maybe we'll just give them a minute. How do they come in? Sorry, they just come in on the corner, is it, when we're talking, or because it's just the one presentation? Yeah.
Yes, so I'll bring them, change them.
Okay. All right. Should we wait a moment for Jessica? Or? Okay. So good morning, everybody, and thanks very much for hosting and setting all this up today, Sean and Deirdre and Kieran and all the team in Letterkenny. We're delighted to be here, and as we've become this new technological university, we're very excited about what's to come next for all of us. And I know certainly has been a fantastic opportunity for all of us to collaborate over the last 3.5 years. And so what we're going to do over the next, I think we've 45 minutes. So I'm here with my colleague Annette Cosgrove, who Deirdre has introduced, and we will have Orla Skehill, a learning technologist on the project online, and we have Jessica Duffy as well, a teaching and learning project coordinator. So we'll take you through, I suppose, the digital ed platform and what emerged. There's so much that came out of this work package, and we can't even do it justice over the next 45 minutes, or we hope we can, but there's so much to learn over the next 3 days. So we'll be inviting you all to attend the conference over the next 3 days that will be online and in Galway as well. So I can use this, can't I? Okay. So first of all, to acknowledge and introduce the team involved. So the core team in Galway is, as I said, myself, Karina Ginty, we've Annette Cosgrove, we've Jessica Duffy and Orla Skehill. We've also worked very closely with Work Package 14, which you'll hear about this afternoon. Everybody across all the different work packages on iNOTE took responsibility for the development of a new programme, and we'll hear about those programmes this afternoon, and it's great to see all the evidence that came through from all the hard work from Work Package 1, 2 and 3, which was transferred into Work Package 4. So that team will be talking this afternoon, and just to acknowledge Marilla, Rachel, Rita and Ita, who have done amazing work over the last couple of years working with us in the team. And then also to acknowledge our partners and collaborators in Digital Ed Work Package 2, colleagues in Sligo, Gavin Clinch, Niamh Plunkett and Mairead Noon, and also here in Letterkenny, Patricia Doherty and Deirdre McClay, but also Sean and Kieran as well. And we have Bridie Killoran back in Galway, who was a key contact for us, linking back into Work Package 3 and the work going on with Louise and the team in Sligo. And also we cannot forget our digital champions, and we're going to talk a bit about them over the next half an hour as well, and the work that's happened with the digital champions and how they've been key enablers in this project. Okay, so moving on, you're familiar with the platform. If you're not familiar, we encourage you to have a look at it. Digital Ed, it's a lovely output from the iNOTE project that we can hang on to and grab and know that's going to be with us forevermore. And as we further develop as a technological university, and in particular a digital education remit in that space, we're excited about what will come next in our digital ed platform and how that will evolve. It is a knowledge platform that is, I suppose, part of all of our, we're all a member and we're all a part of the development, and we're all a member of this community of digital education development. And we plan to be running even focus groups that are coming up again on the next round of and phase of development of digital ed. So we'll be up here actually in a couple of weeks' time again. So, okay, so having a look at the platform, we'll be taking you through 4 steps and looking at the 4 stages and uncovering, I suppose, the outputs and resources that have come through from that. Okay. And I suppose we'll begin with this, where the journey all began. And we particularly love this illustration, and we were fortunate to meet a fabulous graphic harvester named Maya Thomas last year, who took part in our Digital Ed Conference Week back back in this time last year, back in May. And Maya was fantastic in deriving some, I suppose, graphic representations around where we were going and the stories that were evolving from digital ed. So the journey began back in 2019, and we began that journey actually up here in Letterkenny, and then we moved down to Sligo and all across the, near enough the 8 campuses of the ATU, or then called the CUA Alliance. And I suppose it was an important step back in June 2019 when we began this story, because we needed to grasp where we were digitally, where were our capabilities, where was there gaps in our provision. We needed to audit and evaluate where we were and how we were going to develop a digital teaching and learning training programme, and invest in various different resources that would enable further capabilities and further development across the ATU. So we partnered with JISC in the UK to uncover and to go through those capabilities workshops. At the same time, we were very fortunate to establish a strategic partnership with SUNY in New York. SUNY is New York, our State University of New York. They would have about 60 campuses around the New York State, and we established some really good contacts there. And they were important to our development phase in that they helped inform some of the pathways, the learning pathways that we plan to develop, and the badging programme, the online learning training courses, and also our accredited course, the 10-credit certificate in digital teaching and learning. And Annette will be talking about that in a few moments as well. So that was important. SUNY would be, I suppose, leaders in that whole online flexible learning development space. So we were certainly in good company, learning from them and benchmarking all along the way how we were developing our platform and the resources to support it. We were also very lucky that Index had taken off the National Digital Experience Survey, and for students and for staff, about late 2019, just before COVID, and that actually provided baseline data for us so that we could see where we are or where we've come today, but also where do we begin and where do we start back in November. So that data is really valuable, and as we put this study together and we start writing up all the outputs from this action research study, it's extremely valuable to look back at Index, but also looking back at what we've collected and the experiences to date. So alongside that, straight away we got into recruiting and developing a digital champion programme, and we began to work with the various different heads of departments across the CUA and looking at identifying key people who would like to volunteer to become the first digital champions and to play a really important role in driving innovation in their own local disciplines and their own departments. So we managed to recruit, I think it was about 20 originally, so 20 put their names forward to say they would like to do the training programme, they would like to undertake the badges, and we went from there, and they began to play a really important role in the whole evaluation and development of the various resources as we moved along, and you'll hear about that in a few moments. So we also started auditing digital tools and resources, and you'll see this kind of wheel in the centre there. And we began to form a digital tools directory. Now, it was interesting when we first started doing an audit, there was about 400 digital tools identified across the CUA or the ATU. So we had to refine that. And we worked very closely with our champions to narrow it down to about 25, 30 key digital tools that support teaching and learning, assessment, student engagement, and that were transformative in the classroom, but also in the online learning and flexible learning environment. So we began to categorise them, and quite a bit of work was done on that, and you'll hear about the tools directory as well. We're going to show you that. And then the learning pathways was a key part, and the champions jumped on board to the training programme, the accredited training programme that was put in place, and Annette led out on that module for us, and we all contributed as well, which was a fantastic experience. And alongside, the badges began to be developed, because we recognised that the accredited route was not just the only route for our learners, but the badges was an important aspect of that and creating the resources. And so as we moved along the journey, and I suppose more recently, we've developed the book, which you'll hear about, the digital ed book, and the conferences, and at the conference, which you'll be hearing about later today as well. Okay, sorry, I'm after dropping something. Okay, so Okay, so, and this, just to sum up, this is, I suppose, the community and some of the touch points on the platform when we talk about joining the community and meeting the digital champions or finding out more about resources that are available. This is a nice infographic that kind of ties it all up, and we'll hear about that as we move along. So, the next piece, just to introduce you to the Digital Ed book, which has been, I suppose, one of the key resources that have brought the community together. And back in November, just gone November 2021, we launched the book as part of Vital Week, which was part of the National Forum, celebrating teaching and learning nationally in Ireland. So, as part of this, the development of the book, we involved about 30 plus contributors across the ATU. There was fantastic engagement to demonstrate evidence on how digital teaching and learning strategies had transformed their practice, and we had so many ideas that came forward. So it was quite a bit of work in editing and bringing this book together and collaborating with our partners in different sites, and Deirdre and Patricia and Niamh in Sligo and Deirdre and Patricia in Letterkenny would have fed into that process with us as well and identifying cases, and it was a fantastic experience. And when we talk about the cases that were developed, they are categorised under 8 themes, and we look at, I suppose, the general area of building digital teaching and learning capabilities and the various different milestones that were achieved there. UDL was a big part of that, and Sligo have been fantastic in leading out on various different initiatives in UDL that we've learned from. Student engagement became a hot topic as well, and supporting students, working with students as partners, employability, and the whole area of supporting academics. And we've seen a lot of the work, all of the work, well, not all of the work, but a lot of the work that came through from the whole iNOTE experience, we got a chance to showcase within this book. So I'm only going to show you a couple of them. And so, as I said, these are the various different themes that emerge from the publication and the case studies, 20 case studies. This one in particular from a colleague in Galway, Lucia Clunan, which was one of our first champions that went through the digital teaching and learning programme, wrote a fantastic case study which was key. We love this case study because it talks about the framework that we implemented across the ATU, where about 250 colleagues came to attend various different workshops that we ran around the ABC Learning Design Framework, and that was embedded within the digital teaching and learning module as well. And Lucia wrote a fantastic case how she transformed her modules, one in particular, her brand management module in the School of Business, and how that was informed to this whole rethinking and redesign and looking at various learning categories. And it's great to see this learning design framework, originally, I suppose, coming through from Diane Larrylard's work and the Erasmus Plus project from Young and Perovic, some of you may be familiar with, and it's been widely used internationally, and it's great to see it still being adapted, and very much so as we move out of the Digital Ed project. Also, other case studies. I'm not going to show all the case studies, but we have a couple of them. The English Language Programme was a fantastic initiative led out by Niamh in Sligo, and again, just a brilliant example of supporting students in an online setting and providing the necessary supports for international students to learn confidently online, but also getting to gain, the learnings of the English language. Another fantastic digital education initiative was with Attain in Galway, a Power Maths initiative. That was supported through the National Forum, but also we supported Attain in that process through the Digital Ed project as well. So it was fantastic to see this app in development. What others? The employability module. This actually began its journey actually before iNOTE, but it really took off during iNOTE. And I know Bridie sat on the group with Work Package 3 and the work, around developing employability and the career development piece. We had started that process of an online course in Galway, and it was able to take off as a result of the digital education and the iNOTE support. And it became a valuable alternative to work placement. So, so that was another initiative. Other initiatives, Isabel here in Letterkenny talked about Padlet. Isabel was also one of our digital champions on the first intake of the Digital Teaching and Learning Programme. Just another example of how Padlet has been working well, and other lecturers have used that as well. Also, colleagues here as well, Lucia and Patrick here in Letterkenny, the use of Socrative Pro, and of course Annette, who's here with me beside, did a lovely case study and looking at all the alternative assessments. Part of our journey during COVID was introducing lots of different ideas for assessment and reimagining assessment and looking at alternatives. And we were fortunate we were in the right place of being immersed in the digital ed project and iNOTE to communicate all these great ideas. So that was just one particular case study as well. Then also colleague John Healy down in Galway, he did some great work using Microsoft Lens. Now there were so many colleagues used Microsoft Lens during COVID, but again it was great to see it presented in a case study and how it proved, I suppose, a great replacement to a terminal final year written exam. And also Irene Hayden, who's been amazing, such a creative lecturer in Galway, and she's done some amazing work in the whole area of, virtual reality, visual design, pedagogy, and she's been involved as a digital champion, but also a contributor on various different national forum projects as well in teaching and learning. So that just gives a flavour. So we're going to explore the digital ed platform, just a couple of minutes on each part. And I suppose it's important to note the impact. So since we launched on March 12, 2020, 16,000 unique visitors have been learning and engaging with this platform. And it has been evolving at different stages, and it has been tweaked and moved around and been, the UX side of it, and it became more intuitive or more engaging. So those unique users are not just in Ireland or not just across our university, but they're coming from all over the world that they're tapping into this resource. So it's great to see that growing and the engagement with it. So we just have a 20-second, does that play, Mark? Sorry, I can't play it here, but if I click the center, is it? Sorry. We're playing from that screen, sorry, thanks, Mark. Great, thanks, Mark. And so I'm now going to hand over to, if it'll move. Hold on that. It's not going to be now. Jammed in the video. That's great. Thanks, Mark. Okay, so now we're going to move on to, I have two colleagues that are coming in live also on the project. And is Jessica on the call now? Okay, great. So just introducing Jessica Duffy and Orla Skehill. Great to have you. I don't know, can they see me? So Jessica is in Galway busy preparing for our Digital Ed Week, which we're about to embark on. So Jessica's going to talk through just briefly about step one, and can I move the slides or just, okay, perfect. Okay, thanks Jessica, over to you.
Okay, so the first step of of digital ed is the discovery tool, and the reason why this is the first step is because it gives users an idea of where they stand at that moment within their digital capabilities. So it kind of provides that foundation. There's 3 types of self-assessments within the discovery tool. The first one explores your general capabilities, and this would be the one that most people use. The second one has to do with accessibility, and the third one looks at effective online teaching. These 3 assessments are available to anybody in the ATU, any staff in the ATU. And we launched this in April of 2020 in Galway and Mayo. So if we just go to the next slide. When you take your self-assessment, at the end of it, it's very brief. It's about 20 minutes. And when you finish it, you have a tailored report at the end. And this report gives you the wheel that you're seeing there. And what it shows you is this wheel displays kind of where your strengths are and where some of the gaps are within your digital capabilities. And the self-assessment covers 15 areas of digital capacity. And the nice thing about this is that you can it's self-paced, but you can also take it as many times as you want. So the idea is that you take this test, the self-assessment. At the end of it, you look at your report. At the end of the report, it gives you a nice little next step section. And that is in a way of what you can do further to fill those gaps, so that in 6 months' time or 3 months' time or even in a year's time, you can retake this test and you can compare to see just, did you have any change? Did you progress within some of those gaps? So we can go to the next slide. What's nice about the digital discovery tool is that it gives us institutional dashboards. So what this is it's a snapshot for the administrators like myself to see where our users are falling between, I think it's proficiency, capability, and I can't see the third one. Actually, the slide's very small, but it's a breakdown. In the center there, I think that's where it's kind of the average. We're in the center, but if you go above and beyond that, that's proficiency. So this is actually a live one. I think I took this one about a week ago. So this gives us a really clear idea on where the ATU Galway and Mayo users have been. And this is since we launched it in April 2020. And if we go to the next slide, this shows us, it also gives us a nice idea as to where our users fall across higher education in Ireland and the UK. So it gives us a bit of a benchmark. The blue dots there show our users from ATU, Galway and Mayo, and the grey dots there show the higher education sector in Ireland and the UK. So as you can see, most of our users were falling just on mark with the rest of the users outside of ATU, or they were above it. And if we go to the next slide, I just wanted to show what we did in April, just last month, is we did a little campaign to kind of engage more users to use the tool. Like we launched this back in April 2020, but what we didn't want to do is we wanted people to keep coming back, be repeat users, because that you can continuously use while you're developing your digital capabilities. So within that, we did a little feedback survey because we wanted to know how users, was this working for users? Did they like it? So what we found was about 30% of ATU staff in Galway and Mayo have engaged with the tool since April 2020. They seem to think it's very easy to use. They think it's fairly accurate and accessible. They really seem to understand the personal report they're getting back. So the feedback is coming through clearly. What was a little interesting is that the confidence to engage with that next step section was only at 43% for our users. And that's interesting because it means that there's possibly a little bit of a confidence issue within our staff to take that leap, to progress with those next steps, to fill the gaps in their digital capabilities. So I think that's insightful for our part. It'll help guide us as the team who's delivering this to support our users with further progress in developing their digital capabilities. So again, just wanted to let everybody know in the ATU, you can access this tool. Right now, it's set up at this link below. You can at that link there. And for people in Galway and Mayo, you would select Galway Mayo Institute of Technology. And we will get these changed when we get our subscription renewed. Those of you in Sligo and Donegal, you can still access this tool. You just need to enable it with your email. So you can go to the same link and it'll guide you through the process. And that's it.
Thank you. Okay, so, and you're going to stay with us, Jessica, as well, and Orla. So the next stage we're going to talk about is building the digital teaching and learning community across the ATU. And the opportunities included events and workshops that took place on a monthly basis, and a calendar was issued, an online calendar, an online booking system. The digital ed learning pathways were available for colleagues to tap into, whether the accredited route or coming down the badge route. And we'll hear about the badge opportunity that has emerged even for the professional services champion group across the ATU. A digital education forum is in place, but also the blogging tool and sharing stories, in addition to the book that we mentioned as well. So this only gives a little snapshot up to December 2021, and we're actually looking at further updating this infographic, but it does show there has been a lot of activity. This is just within the Galway area and Galway Mayo campuses, but also we've included, I know you can't see it, there's 98 staff have completed the digital teaching and learning modules. That includes staff that have come from Letterkenny, Sligo and Galway, and Annette is going to talk about that champion group. We had 40 who we worked with over the past couple of years in developing their digital capabilities. So I'm just going to hand over to Annette now, who's going to talk about the champion programme. You can put that on top.
Is that okay? Okay, thanks, Karina. So I just want to talk a little bit about the digital champions. Yeah, you can do that. So firstly, Karina has mentioned them, and really they've played a huge part in this, the whole digital ed project. So I suppose just to talk a little bit about it first and to explain how it came about. So it was very important, I suppose, output of the digital ed project. And I'm going to run through step by step how it happened, and I'm going to share some of the work, and we've already seen with the book, there's a lot of output, from it. So, firstly, they were identified across all of the ATU campuses. So it wasn't just Galway-based, as Karina said. We went to Letterkenny, Sligo, Mayo, Letterkenny, so we had people from all over involved in this process. So their purpose really was, to provide support, guidance and expertise in digital teaching and learning, and also to share exemplary practice. So they've really proven to be an excellent source of guidance and advice to their colleagues. So I suppose part of the success of it was they were embedded in departments. So then when COVID hit in May or March, when we had to go online, really they were all in place, and they played a huge part in supporting their colleagues. And that really, I suppose, because that was in place, a lot of people went to the digital champions. They helped them, like with the basic, getting your modules online. Again, sharing exemplary practice, like using technology tools, and I'm going to share some of those here now in a few moments, okay? So at the time when we started, I think there was 20, Karina, initially, 20 digital champions initially. Now we actually have 45. So people would say, how did you train those? So again, we developed a digital teaching and learning module, which Karina mentioned a moment ago, and anyone who completed that was a 10-credit module, and then we felt that they had the expertise then to share practice with their colleagues, So again, some of them had, and again I'll share some of their work, really, really good ideas. Some of the studies showed were outputs of our digital champions. So really, overall, they played a huge part in the whole digital teaching and learning expertise space. So, and I was very involved with them because obviously I was teaching them, and part of what they were learning new technologies, they were learning new TEL tools, and they were implementing them as part of an assessment, but also they shared them with their colleagues. So some examples, go back to the other one first, just to kind of give some examples. So our keynote speaker this morning talked about, taking content that's there and building on it. And H5P allows you to do that. So you can take open source content. And I saw some colleagues in science, they took, like, say, you take an image of a heart or a video, and you can add pieces to it. So what you're doing is you're creating interactivity for the students. You're engaging them. We've all been online for 2 years, and we know how important it is to use tools or try to engage our students. So H5P really helped with that. So there was a lot of people use that. Some people use podcasts. Flipgrid was a really good example, and I'll give some specific examples in a moment, but how to engage our first years. That was a big problem, say, in September, the following September 2020. How will we get our first years in? How will we get to know them online? So Flipgrid was a really useful tool. It was used across business schools, across a lot of the modules introduced that. So it was a video tool that allowed, I suppose, you to get to know your classmates. Badges, again, were digital badges, and again, I'll just flick through them and I'll look at the exact example. So OneNote, we had Michael here from Letterkenny used OneNote extensively and engaged their students very well. Twitter for class engagement, Tell Tools. So we've all used the Tell Tools, I think, at this stage, nearly everybody here. And again, they really helped with engagement. They really helped with the engagement process. And part of the modules that they were completing for me was looking at what you're teaching, redesigning it, and using models like the Oscar scorecard, best practice. And that best practice, a lot of the digital champions, they implemented that across their own departments as well. So it spread, the people who had done the training, shared it, and also a lot are still joining up online, and we still have, more digital champions coming on board all of the time. So I just want to share I don't want to take up too much time, I want to share some examples of specific examples, just again to give good examples of how it was, how they deployed it. So one really nice one was the culinary arts. Ulrich had a really nice podcast, so he's continuing to use that podcast. Blockchain as well, Trevor in business, he had a really good podcast, really engaged the students, improved retention. There were studies done, different case studies that these champions did, and they felt that the technology really helped their students. Menti and Flipgrid, again, the engagement we've all seen, we've all attended seminars where you have Mentimeter, you have Padlet, and it engages online, it gives a great level. And you can still use these tools now in the classroom also, but they were specifically, I suppose, very important when we were online. The digital badges, again, a really great way of engaging. An awful lot of people are embedding that in their courses. And again, in the hybrid model also, not just in an online environment, not just in classroom. The digital badge is a really nice independent learning tool for lecturers to, I suppose, to deploy to their students. Oh, yeah, so, and again, just some more examples of the assessment. So, we all had to do online assessment. So, how could you ensure it was robust? How could you ensure that the students couldn't copy and paste? So, we did a lot of work in that space. And again, based on best practice, looking at research and basing what we were covering in, I suppose, best practice in the overall field. So, again, some examples of H5P. So, again, just drag and drop, so not asking the students to pick just to do a basic MCQ quiz, to use all of the features that were in it, to use randomized questions, to, if you were teaching maths, to just change the figure so nobody could copy, so to create robust assessments using, I suppose, skills in technology. And a lot of the book Karina mentioned, some really good examples there of excellent assessments based on technology. So the OneNote I mentioned, again, excellent tool, whether you're online or offline, for students, a class notebook. Again, it's used, a lot of people have been using it now since COVID, and they're continuing to use it. Again, I just said an example, Shane, again, had really nice quiz. He had it embedded in Panopto. Another practice quiz is really good. Killian was in Sligo. Here, was using Kahoot. So again, that was a great feedback for the students. He got great feedback on that, and the students found it very engaging. So again, a lot of, I suppose what I'm showing you is just examples and snippets of how the digital champions displayed best practice and how they embedded themselves across their departments. And again, as a result, we have continuing digital champions. And as I said, we started at 20 and now it's grown to 45, and we still have a waiting list for the digital teaching and learning module. So it has been very successful, and it has been a really strong output of the digital project, digital iNOTE project. So, and I'm happy to take any more questions if anyone has any afterwards. So again, the story continues, as I said, So again, it's not, we're not finishing here because the project is finished. It's going to continue on and hopefully, inspire everybody.
Yeah. The scholarship area is really growing in that space as a result of their engagement with the Level 9 So now we're going to take a look at the online, just the badges, and Orla Scahill is going to come in on a call, or on the, sorry, my screen went here. I have to just turn it on again. We're bringing Orla Scahill in a moment, and just to move this down so I'm in the right place. Okay, so as we mentioned, a professional development accredited pathway and a non-accredited opportunities were developed, and the Level 9 Certificate in Digital Teaching and Learning is having a huge impact. And as Annette said, there's constant engagement. We have a waiting list to get on the next part of the programme, and we're looking forward to the next intake again. It's been quite unique. Participants from across the ATU, and they're following this pathway, the accredited route. They're taking the discovery tool that Jessica mentioned, which is giving them, I suppose, an assessment of where they're at. They're engaging then in the programme, they're networking with their peers and forming part of that community, that digital community. They're engaging with OSCAR. And just to mention, some of you, if you're not familiar with OSCAR, it's a tool we picked up from SUNY through our engagement with SUNY in the early days when we were developing the digital teaching and learning programme, and we adapted it and we piloted to work for our ATU, and it's a fantastic module design tool to support the whole development in the online and virtual learning space. But OSCAR is used for, OSCAR as a tool and a scorecard is crucial for not just online and flexible learning programs, but also even the traditional based. Digital is embedded and woven into everything we do. So I'm just going to hand over now, and we're going to talk a bit about the badge programme, because the badge programme has provided really lovely opportunities for people to just dip in and learn and engage at their own pace and gain a badge, and that's, I suppose, whets their appetite for further engagement in the resources. So I'm going to hand over to Jessica and Orla, who are going to talk about the two badge programmes. So are you okay, ladies?
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so I'm just going to talk about the digital badge program. So as Karina mentioned just prior, there was an accredited version, whereas this is a non-accredited version. And I suppose keeping with the overall iNOTE project ethos, we wanted things to be very flexible and inclusive. So the digital champion, this is the academic digital champion badge. We, just a step back, maybe one step, is that we broke the program into two distinct audiences. So one would be for the academic pathway, which would include all kind of teaching staff and people in teaching roles. And secondly, for a pathway for those who work in professional services. So anybody from the library to HR to registration to anything in between, anyone who supports the ongoing efforts of the university. Starting with the academic pathway, as we mentioned, this is very kind of an easy, self-paced approach to upskilling and improving your digital capabilities. So anybody who is already involved with interacting with digital-ed.ie have probably taken the step of looking at their digital capabilities and so on. And we'd like to drive them from the website to this location, which is a Moodle platform. All of our courses here, both of these pathways are hosted on an open and accessible Moodle platform. So anyone, both within ATU and far beyond, can access these freely. And we've curated together the materials that we think are the most appropriate, I suppose, or best suited for people who want to start upskilling in the area of digital teaching and learning. So as Karina mentioned, our connection with SUNY, they provided us with this digital teaching and online learning course, which we find is one of our essential learnings. We also ask the academic staff member who's on this pathway to start engaging with the Microsoft Education Suite, because Microsoft, to their credit, have offered a lot of free resources, which are really, really well put together. They're short, they're snappy, and they're to the point. So we offer people and invite them to explore that collection of tools and resources and to take about 4 or 5 different things. We also look for people to complete the OpenTeach course, which is from DCU. A key part of the badge, though, however, is that we encourage community of learning. So we like our participants to give back to the community. So whatever it is, what skills they pick up, we ask them to share it back with their peers before they can get their digital champion badge. So that's the digital champion for academic digital pathway. Just to mention about the professional services. So this pathway is a little bit more intensive. In fact, there's a bit more to it because we break it into smaller steps. So We have a series of badges. There's 3 badges, starting with Explorer to Adventurer to Navigator. And on achieving your Navigator, you get the milestone badge of Professional Services Digital Champion. So these badges, the Explorer in particular, we welcome professional services staff to just begin to engage with the notion of assessing their own skills. So Jessica spoke to you about the YIS Discovery tool. That's where you start off on the professional services pathway badge. So begin to assess and understand your own capabilities and identify areas that you may want to improve in. And from there, some mandatory things like GDPR training, and then a little bit of engagement with Microsoft. So it's a very simple entry point for Explorer. And again, it's at your own time, at your own pace, that you can step on to the next level of adventure. Our resources are taken from a number of different places. So I think maybe on the next slide, we have a list of where we've curated our resources from. So the Open University has their online Open Learn platform, which has courses ranging from anything from time management, financial management, ethics, anything and everything, to be honest. Once you start digging into the Open Learn platform, there's something for everybody. We also have the resources from All Aboard. We have the Microsoft. We have staff development, of course, in-house. And then we invite people to have personal choice. So again, it's all about being flexible and inclusive, that you can, whatever it is that suits your position, if you need to do something to improve your capabilities or your working life, then that will be counted towards your badges. Again, the essence of skill sharing is very much part of the professional services pathway. We like to encourage people to give back what they've learned and demonstrate their skills as they go. Some of the benefits, I suppose, is not just for academic or not just professional services, it's for us as a university as a whole. The world of work is changing. So I might just pop onto the next slide there for me, Karina. The world of work is changing at an enormous rate. People have been plunged into this digital remote working. Tools are changing every day and we need to keep up. So for the purposes of longevity, digital-ed.ie is not going away. These pathways are not going away, and we encourage people to remain engaged on them, take it at their own time, identify their weaknesses, their needs, and start building out these skills and giving back. So that's the professional services and academic pathways, and we've had good engagement and we'd like to see more, and we welcome anybody who if this has piqued your interest, we'd welcome you to come aboard and start your journey on one of the pathways.
Thanks, Orla. And we're delighted. Dr. Orla Flynn, our president, has been one of the first members of the Professional Services Digital Champion team. Now, I know there's quite a number, and it was just rolled out actually in February and March, so we'll have more details on that in the coming months as well. So we're hoping to do some PR around it and drive further engagement in the Professional Services Badge pathway. So thanks, Orla and Jessica. Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the next part, and I think you're staying with us as well. I think we're going to mention a couple of more things. So just we're on the last stage of our showcase today and talking about the resources and the services element. And all of the different, I suppose, features that have further enhanced the digital ed platform. And if we look a little bit more closely at one thing that came through from the first round of focus groups and engagement with our champions was curating the resources and trying to, I suppose, categorise them into different areas. So there was so much that came through when COVID hit, and there was so much sharing going on across the globe and across the sector here in Ireland. So we began to, I suppose, collate and categorise the very best of the best in relation to guidance and learning and teaching, assessment and student engagement, and began to populate that within. So it became a one-stop shop for our colleagues to go in and tap into resources. And you'll see there's different, it's very intuitive. You can go in and look under word search or look for a particular writer or view particular documents that are of relevance. We were lucky as well that we signed up with the Online Learning Consortium as a member at the very beginning, and also ALT in the UK, and JISC, of course, that we worked with as well. So all of those key information and resources were feeding in, and we were populating it on the platform, and still are. are doing that. A really interesting part of that development is we're delighted with the digital tools directory that has evolved. And I probably mentioned earlier how when we did the audit initially across the ATU, there was 400 to begin with, but we narrowed that down to 30. And working with the instructional designers across the ATU and getting your feedback, but also our digital champions who played an important role in going through, I suppose, a rubric of evaluation and saying, well, how does this work and where will it work best in my teaching and learning. So that is up to date, and you'll see there's a bit of a carousel when you go into the site and you can click on them, and it's lovely to get the word of mouth from a colleague across our university that's telling us about this and how they're using it in their teaching practice. So we do welcome further input to that. It's always evolving, and as we know, tools are developing all the time that are having a huge impact on our teaching and learning. And as I mentioned, we have the case study publication. All of that is housed on the Digital Ed platform as well, and there's little mini videos from colleagues across the ATU talking about those stories. But in addition, and I suppose this just gives an example of the impact of iNOTE just locally in Galway and Mayo, but also, you know, we've seen the development here in Letterkenny. You developed an online and flexible learning unit. We've seen expansion within Sligo in their online learning centre, and all the work under Louise with the Work Package 3 as well. But even in Galway, when we look at how it's expanded and exploded as a result of COVID, and we're seeing engagement with blogging, articles, the scholarship side. The webinars and events piece has taken off. I suppose it's a monthly calendar, and Jessica coordinates that for us in Galway, but she's bringing together all the events that are happening across our three colleges in the one university. One particular area that has been hugely successful is this Ask Me Anything clinics, and it's something we've talked about with the teaching and learning partners, with Niamh and with Deirdre as well in the ATU, on how we can expand that idea of Ask Me Anything. And colleagues literally get a 15-minute session with, I suppose, a consultant or one of our learning designers, but we also had our champions involved in that process in the early days back when COVID hit. Other areas, we're doing things like Moodle MOT, and you'll see the ABC Learning Design workshops. Constantly, our team and it's the same in Sligo and Letterkenny. There's huge interest and appetite in looking at learning design and the ABC method. So that's been fantastic. So all of these things are great things. You know, we're seeing our services expanded and they're embedded now, and we're certainly working as one community together to share those services with each other. And so that finishes with the Digital Ed. And just to give a mention as well on the Higher Ed 4.0, supporting Higher Education 4.0 project, which is led by Professor Jacqueline McCormack here today. We're delighted to see that value and the work that's came through from Digital Ed. It's certainly providing a very strong focus for everyone who's engaging with Higher Ed 4.0. We're delighted to see colleagues who were champions and who've engaged in the training in all those Digital Ed resources are now putting those skills to good use as they're developing reusable learning objects under the Higher Ed 4.0 project, which is fantastic. And just as a final note, I think we're okay for time. I think Deirdre's gone. And a final note, and you know, we don't stop thinking ahead, okay? And just because iNOTE is finishing up on the funding side, we have embedded and we have ensured that it's going to live beyond that, and Digital Ed will play a very important part in the next phase of our development. And certainly as a group and as a team, and certainly the online learning group and flexible learning strategy group that Jacqueline is chairing for the ATU, and the teaching and learning group with myself, Niamh and Deirdre, we're looking very closely at what's come through in the last 6 months. So the National Forum, Next Steps for Teaching and Learning moving forward. We're seeing great ideas and recommendations for what we need to do in relation to digital education and EDI. Sustainability, our SDI goals are playing a key part in how we're thinking about teaching and learning as well, and how we're designing our curriculum. Also the work going on in the EUA around embedding DELT, digitally enhanced learning and teaching, into curriculum and assessment. It wasn't just for COVID, it's forever more as we move forward. So that's key. You're familiar probably with the Digital Education Action Plan in the EU and all of that. So they're playing an important part. So the pandemic has made visible some of the cracks in our higher education sector and created a new urgency in responding to them. But we know that it is a time And we have been reimagining teaching, learning and assessment going forward, and we'll continue to do that. But we also need to know what to maintain and what to bring forward and what's going to work, and building on those successful elements from our experience of developing digital ed, but also experience in COVID. And I'll just finish with this last slide from the National Forum. And certainly it's great to see the steps and some direction. It was a fantastic work that was completed. It was just before Christmas, where they interviewed stakeholders from across higher education in Ireland and gave some really clear signposting around strategic alignment and direction, and how we're going to review and engage students effectively going forward with digital education strategies. But EDI is a huge flavour of that, and the inclusion and commitment to the community and belonging. So thank you very much. Thanks to everybody, and thank you, Mark, and all the team here in Letterkenny for Sean and leading us all on the iNOTE project over the last couple of years. So thanks very much. If there's any questions. So is there anybody have any questions? I'm not sure because Deirdre had to go. But
It's just a Q&A now.
oh yeah. If anybody has any questions, I know we're going to have a panel discussion later anyway, so we're happy to take any questions. Yes. If anybody wants to ask. Oh, thanks, Ellen.
Hi, thanks. That was really good. I was just wondering, I think during the first lockdown, especially, staff were really overwhelmed by the challenges of going online, and there was a lot of supports available for lecturers and staff, and I think these supports are brilliant in that they're so clear and flexible to meet the specific needs of different lecturers and staff. But I suppose my question is, did you have any issues getting initial engagement from staff, maybe due to just being overwhelmed, and if so, how did you kind of overcome that?
It's a great question, because we were literally thrown in at the deep end on March 12th, and we were very lucky that we were building this platform in the background, and we had already identified our digital champion network, and we had had several meetings with them even since before Christmas. So we had them geared up to be mentors and facilitators of engaging colleagues locally in their department. But then when COVID hit, we had to ramp up their engagement. So between the team and digital ed,
sessions, the online sessions as well, they were very basic. We ran them every day nearly.
So
online that people could come on, so there was support there literally every day, and the digital champions were in the department. So let's say there was one in the business department, there was one in computing, there was one, so we, advised them then to reach out to their colleagues, and the colleagues reached out to them, so I think there was a lot of helping within the departments, and then they were all attending this. So the sessions, we were running them literally every day nearly, how to turn on Teams, how to, all of that. And then we used to do tests. So if you wanted to teach a class, I'd say, well, teach it to me first, and we did a lot of one-to-one sessions.
A lot of peer learning.
It was very busy initially.
So a programme took off straight away, but the clinics, the one-to-one clinic piece was crucial as well, and the AMA clinics emerged very soon after that from that process. But I think empowering our colleagues, the digital champion team, to take leadership and ownership within their department, and we had great conversations with the heads of department and heads of school who were very supportive of empowering them to be influential within their departments. So we are indebted to them working with us as a team, because it was literally an army. I suppose we feel we were going to war, and we had a great team, to take on all the challenges that COVID was throwing at us. So but building the community was key. Ellen, the power of the people, working together.
And just to add to that, just building the confidence of the individual themselves. And that was quite, some people, it only took one, but sometimes it took others maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and that was all part of it. So it was very much an individual challenge for people. But I think, I think most people managed it and kind of were well supported.
And it gave them an appetite then. You see, they immediately jumped into the platform to do that, the course that Orla said, the GMIT, SUNY course, or ATU SUNY course that we developed. That was a good starting block for them, and those Microsoft education badges were fantastic to get people going. So yeah, and from there we had the first intake then of the DTL had just started as well. So yeah, but listen, we were all collaborating and sharing with each other, you know, so that was crucial. We were on the phone to each other, our teams, each day across the 3 sites, so, which was great. Okay, thanks, Ellen. Oh, yeah. How are you?
No, I just wanted to ask, you know, I think you might be talking to the converted.
I know.
And I think I was just wondering, how do you raise the profile of it to every member of staff, you know, teaching and professional services? Because, you know, that might be the issue. If there's 40 champions, there must be, I don't know how many hundreds of teaching staff and how many professional services. And I think that's the same issue with iNOTE. I said I was coming here today, and someone said to me, what is iNOTE? So it'd be lovely to see you. How do you think, you know, as a management system, how are you going to sort of spread the word to the people on the ground to take part and get something out of it in going forward, you know, rather than the people who have done the courses already.
Yeah. You know, I suppose it's a challenge of encouraging participation, you know.
Yeah, so that would be the accredited side, Eleanor, isn't it? Yeah. So, but on the other side, we're delighted to see when we look at the engagement figures, there was about 8,000 colleagues or 8,000 registrations on the various different workshops that have been held over the last 2 years. The conference alone, I suppose we have to recognise it's not just about getting people on the accredited pathways. We need to put value on the non-accredited, the regular CPD, the resources that they're tapping into. We can see on the back end, in the, I suppose, the learning analytics piece, there is engagement dipping in and out. There has been 16,000 users on the platform to date. We want to do further analysis on that to see certainly the feedback we've gained from colleagues that just jump in and out of maybe monthly sessions has been phenomenal, how it's increased over the last 18 months. So I suppose you're whetting people's appetite, but I suppose you're not saying you have to do the accredited route, but what we want to do is keep the appetite of engagement and the interest in digital education, and making just small changes within your courses. We see, when we see those case studies that were developed, when we see the evidence that came through from the surveys and focus group, people have made small changes to their practice, whether it's using Padlet, Mentimeter. That is change in the making, you know. The use of the H5P workshops, we've had about 150 colleagues that have engaged in that development piece with Orla Skehill in Galway, and that's just not in or in Mayo and in Sligo, and we've had colleagues from Letterkenny. So we have to take, I suppose, all these options together, and you know, there's so many avenues for engagement, and just to continue that positive story about the value of digital education for our students to enable student success. So yeah, so we have to keep going with that. Okay, thanks. Hi, how are you? Yeah, I don't know if the microphone works. Yeah.
It does. My question kind of, I suppose, follows on from Eleanor's. I'm one of the people who didn't really know what iNOTE was, and I just came in after class just to have a look. So that was really interesting. I find that really interesting. I didn't realise there was some. I'm sure I should have, and it's no more than our own students. I just didn't go and look at it. My question is more like around the blended approach. So I can see with digital education, those case studies, I think quite a lot of them were fully online courses, and when we look at that, I think the challenge for all of us is when it comes to blend it, where our students are both in classroom and also encouraging them to use the digital tools that are there as well, and to engage in that. Have you any, you know, insight into that difference as well? Because I think here, like on this campus anyway, we would have more face-to-face.
Yes.
And I know in Galway the same, but I know you probably have a bit more in that.
Yes.
You've just written a blog on that.
Yeah, and I suppose I've just been running a few sessions as well as, using technology in your classroom now that you're in your classroom. So again, part of it is, what we've done is the Oscar scorecard. That's all about, designing and using the ABC Learning Design, designing your course and making sure that, the student can follow it. So all of that still, it still is very relevant. And again, let's say all the tell tools. So when we look at it, I talked about your assessment, so everything you learnt about, a robust online assessment. We've all been running MCQs alongside maybe an exam, So again, a lot of people have revisited that, have, changed their assessment because of their increased knowledge in the whole, technology space. Some lecturers have changed to e-portfolio submissions, because they've become aware of how to use PebblePad and they've changed their assessment practice, so all of that can still continue in the face-to-face. And then all of the tools like, I always give my example of, I have 150 software students, computing students, and I've always used a Padlet, halfway through the class, where we kind of they engage, they take out their phones and they love it, or Socrative. I have a question ready, and I find it has been really good for in-class engagement, long before COVID, so I think some of the tools, before that, the class, they weren't really listening after maybe, depending on what, and now they really liked the Socrative. We have a room, I still use it, and I say, okay, everyone take out their phones, and I have a question, and it allows me to measure their learning. I might give them an equation or something that, and by them not being able to answer it, I know I need to go back over that, so it informs me as a teacher as well about their level. So I think all of those tools, Mentimeter,
I suppose my question is more about how, I know they should use all of them and that challenge with the student. Maybe the students in Galway are very different, but for the students who don't have, let's say, when you're in the classroom context and you ask everybody to take out their phones to use something, and somebody's dad doesn't have data, or somebody doesn't have access, and that, some people aren't as good as others at using things. How do you navigate that, I suppose? Because when you sign on to do an online course, you have all the technology as a student. And I know people assume that all students have it. Well, here they don't anyway, I can say that hand in heart. They may have their phones, but how do you navigate that? On course, I suppose, computing might be different, because if you're doing software, they all...
Yeah. I know, I take your point. So I suppose it's...
I'm just looking for, do you have experience of that, I suppose, and what can we do as an ATU?
Yes, well, let's say with Menti or with Padlet, often I just take input from the audience and I type it in, and I have it there for sort of referral after class, so that's an example. So let's say we want to talk about something here, we put up a discussion board, and you verbally give me something and you put it in, or someone else prefers. A lot of our students aren't that confident, they don't like speaking out, but they'll give plenty of input if it's on something like Padlet. So we find that, personally, that I find the Padlet an engagement tool, but say if somebody doesn't have the technology, we can, have a combination of. So I suppose there's lots of there'll be challenges, no matter what, I suppose.
Yes, I suppose we're lucky most students have a phone, and as long as they're holding that phone in their hand or in their pocket, there's an opportunity for digital engagement in this type of traditional classroom setting. So it's so it's accessible through through the phone. So many, the challenge of the two, totally,
I don't think they're the same thing. We have to look at different things. Somebody who signs up to online.
No, absolutely,
And there's actually a few good papers in digitalaid.ie. If you have a look at them, they're like that, examples of using different systems in face-to-face classrooms, and the challenges come. So a lot of research of people that have done this before is very, very informative as well. And often we build that into our own practice as well, and what we try to impart then as part of the modules.
And there's some great resources on the Digital Ed platform, papers and resources that talk about some of those challenges that you've mentioned as well. So I think,
Just one more comment. I'd just like to go back and I suppose comment on what Eleanor and what Maeve has said, and I suppose in the general context, what we're talking obviously within iNOTE is a project that has been running for 3 years and is coming to an end in a sense. But I think we really need to emphasise, and it's really interesting to hear, some people are new to iNOTE, some people have been with us on the journey for quite a long time now, but part of the outputs of it is to build in an element of sustainability. And what Karina and others have been demonstrating here today is the amount of tools that are available. So I think if there's one benefit from it, that we can say these are available, so iNOTE in itself is not ending. But I suppose two things. One of them is we would really be interested to know what you think about how we should disseminate this from your point of view, because if you're new to it or you've been with us for a while, we'd really like your views. And one of the other points is that what we found is that we can do all the publicity, we can do all the speaking to various meetings and everything else, but ultimately if there's a peer-to-peer element, so if somebody, whoever Eleanor said to you today, where are you going to? If you could then tell them and they tell them and they tell, that type of thing. But I think I really want to emphasise the amount of resources that are there, what is available, how it can be used, and the whole element of collegiality. Karina mentioned March the 12th, and that'll be stuck in our heads for a long time. But we were actually, as the iNOTE team, were at a meeting in Dublin on March the 11th. And we were at an EduCampus conference earlier that day, and the whole, it was really like preparing to go to war, to hear what people were talking about. We had people from the Department of Education to basically say schools are going to close and that's it, and it did happen. But I actually remember being at the meeting and Karina in particular talking about rolling out of the programme, and we just basically said we'll just bring it forward. And that was part of that process. But I suppose the big point is, if you have ideas, let us know how we can disseminate it, and the resources are there. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Sean. Yeah, that's, I suppose, for us today is, I suppose, a celebration day. You know, Digital Ed has been developed. It forms part of our ATU portfolio of resources, and it is a knowledge platform for us all to access, and it will be with us for many more years to come. And we'll be delighted to get your feedback when we're back here in Letterkenny. We're going to be having a focus group. I think it's May 19th or 18th, I'll have to check that. So it would be great to have your input. You know, fresh eyes, people who may not have tapped into the platform, and now's the opportunity to give us ideas as well for the next phase. So thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. Are you you're coming in? Are you in early tomorrow?
Hello everybody, you're very welcome back. I hope you had a pleasant lunch. So now, post-lunch, we're going to look at Work Package 3 and Work Package 4. So Work Package 3, first of all, is providing support services for online flexible learners. And the team that are going to talk to you about this work package are Louise Cairns, Online Learning Project Manager for ATU Sligo, Ellen McCabe, Instructional Designer, ATU Sligo, Aoife Murray, Academic Writing Centre Tutor, ATU Sligo, Dr. Shelley Brady, Disability Support Officer, ATU Sligo, and Linda Mulligan, Inclusion Support Worker, ATU Sligo. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. I'm Louise Cairns, and as Deirdre said, I'm the Online Learning Project Manager, and in conjunction with Professor McCormack and my colleague Louise O'Gorman, we have been leading Work Package 3. And Work Package 3 is about student services for our flexible learners. So we're asked to enhance the student experience for our students, and we did that by building a range of digital tools and introducing and piloting new supports. At the start, we started looking back to how we'd structure it. So we built a learning journey framework, and my colleague Ellen will expand on that later. But essentially, we were able to categorise into 3 sections our supports that we would introduce before the student arrived, while they were studying, and when they moved on. Also, then we took a step back and had a look at all the different services available across the 3 different campuses. Our colleges rather. So we looked to see what we all had in common, what we had different, and what we could actually, the gaps we could fill here with Work Package 3. We were also asked to pilot and review the online student advisor system. So these are the one-to-one contacts that the students have for their programmes. So initially it was rolled out as a pilot in IT Sligo, and very successful, thank God. It had great feedback from the students and from the lecturers involved. The online student advisor really made a difference, so much so we mainstreamed that as a resource within ATU Sligo. It's been rolled out in Letterkenny, and there's a similar initiative in Galway with the graduate advisors. So we also were asked to source more effective and accessible ways to assess the learning needs of our flexible learners, and where possible we did that with a research lens in place. So we did focus groups with the students across the different colleges. We introduced inclusion support worker to focus on neurodiverse students and create a research project in the background to pilot that and hopefully model it out across the ATU, and Linda and Shelley will introduce you to that shortly. We also moved on from the work done in our CELT, our Centre for Teaching and Learning, and created an audit tool for modules, so lecturers could go in and self-assess their module from a universal design of learning lens. And moreover, we actually expanded on that as well and also considered the student well-being. So we have our project researcher, Kelly Hester, and she's looking at the tools we've introduced, Being Well, Living Well and Silver Cloud across the ATU. We've built many supports along the way, and we introduced many tools and piloted them, and you'll see some of the posters out in the lobby and in the interactive programme we have today. But some of them are things like Blackboard Ally. So we've introduced that into the VLE, and the idea is to improve the accessibility across the VLE for students and staff. We have had Paul, and he's been creating customised remote labs for lecturers, and he's also built a database of open resources as well for lecturers to look up. And as Karina mentioned earlier on, we have the English language programme that's been run out across the 3 colleges, plus with St Angela's, to support our students that English is not a first language. And also we have the academic writing badge, which Aoife and Ellen will talk about later as well. We've also been engaged with Student Union, because that's been another part of our remit. So we've facilitated them to understand what a flexible learner needs from a student union through independent research, and we've surveyed the students directly to see if they want to be represented by a student union. And lastly, the 7th thing that we were asked to do was look at identifying students who are at risk of failure. We've touched that in many projects, such as the Inclusion Project, But the key thing here, what we've done is really it's about the online student advisors. So we can take a learning analytics tool. We took an off-the-shelf package. We used it, but we felt that that's fine, but the human touch, and we heard that earlier on, the human touch is what needed, and that's what actually is more important for that, having that person to be able to go back to when their students are at risk. And that's just a quick intro, I suppose, of what we've done in Work Package 3, and as I said, my colleagues will introduce you to the different projects they have worked on individually.
Thanks, Louise. So as Louise mentioned, my name's Ellen McCabe and I'm the instructional designer working with Louise and Ciara McBride as part of the ATU Sligo team on Work Package 3. So this aspect of iNOTE was concerned with the development of an online learning student support services model. And the initial challenge for this aspect of iNOTE was creating a primary framework that would kind of guide the project. This kind of like a definitive structure was really necessary to provide clear visibility of what was already available to students and kind of highlight any significant gaps or overlaps or any potential areas for collaboration. And I think this kind of approach is really vital in a multi-campus project like this. So while ATU Sligo provides a range of supports to students already, as often happens in organisations and in particularly large organisations, some supports can be quite siloed and conveying the right information at the right time can be really challenging. And when we take into consideration the kind of demographic of an online learner who are typically mature and might be returning to education after a prolonged period and might be kind of juggling work and family commitments, clarity is really key. So it was vital that any supports be designed and introduced in a kind of strategic and a holistic manner, ensuring accessibility and coherence. So in this way, facilitating an infrastructure where students could intuitively comprehend what kind of supports might be used together, might be used at a similar stage, and how they relate to one another. So enhancing the visibility and legibility of student supports in that kind of way necessitated a comprehensive understanding of what's there already and the experiences of those that interact with them on a daily basis. And this could only really be accomplished by engaging with stakeholders right from the outset. So to achieve this, the project team, we collaborated with our colleagues in Letterkenny and Galway Mayo to conduct 3 focus groups. So the first of these was held at the former IT Sligo in March 2020, and then following the move online necessitated by COVID, Letterkenny and Galway Mayo sessions were facilitated digitally. And in all, there were 24 participants, including past and current students, employers, lecturers, regional stakeholders, and technical and support staff. So issues in providing a support community for online students were definitely borne out through these focus groups. And as one student kind of described it, that when you're online, that's missing. So you have to just log in, you get this much time, you've got your piece, and then you're left till the next week, and that's the disconnect. And then a lecturer kind of alluded to the limitations of a kind of accommodations-based model in adequately supporting the needs of students when they said, make sure you let us know. We can't do anything until we know that there's challenges there. So obviously that's kind of problematic, as a lot of students just mightn't be aware of what's available. And as well as that, they could have a learning issue that's never been assessed, especially if they're returning after a long time away from education. And while casual interactions can and should be facilitated online, a kind of chance recommendation from a peer, or like the opportunity to maybe discern a support just by passing it on the corridor, is obviously less likely online. So as a result of that, students really need to be quite motivated to seek out services that are relevant to them. and curating our message in relation to supports so that it puts them in the context of the student's learning journey is essential. So through the focus groups, 3 elemental stages of the student experience were identified, where students needed particular types of support and guidance. So just before you arrive, while you study, and when you move on, just taking into consideration the different stages of the student experience. This is an interactive graphic that we developed to give structure to iNOTE Work Package 3, but also as a usable resource for students. So the graphic offers like a kind of broad overview of the support community, how the services relate to one another, and when they could be most relevant. And they're organised in a way that students can kind of see at a glance the types of support that are available to accommodate their specific requirement. And they're all hyperlinked, so they can access the relevant resources from this central location. And while we strive to kind of map all stages of their time as a student and provide that clarity, as was kind of alluded to in the keynote earlier, you can never really underestimate the importance of human connection and facilitating that kind of human support. So the role of the online student advisor was really crucial at all stages throughout the student's journey, just to offer that support and guidance whatever stage they're at. So from this kind of broad basis, students can access more detailed information on individual supports or explore the different stages of the student journey. So guidance in each section is arranged around key questions that students would commonly face at that particular stage. So things like how to choose a course or how to apply. And students are then directed to relevant supports in relation to these queries and provided with guidance on how they might be used. So similarly, and while you study, we're trying to provide clarity around the support community available to students and how they can participate in that. As well as this kind of giving guidance around things like learning resources and technologies that we have available, as well as supports focused on student well-being. So the student journey framework is in use by the online student advisors as a sort of central resource for supports throughout the university. Together with this, the interactive graphic is now openly accessible on ATU Sligo's website, and the graphic sits on a newly designed website which has been developed in line with the journey structure, so kind of developing the whole support journey around those 3 stages. And it directs students to supports in kind of a legible and coherent manner. The established framework facilitated a really kind of systemic approach to the design and introduction of supports the whole way along the project. Louise kind of spoke a little bit about them there, and there's more information in the posters out in the lobby, but there are a huge range of supports were developed throughout the course of the project. Kind of by maintaining that comprehensive visibility on supports available and the interactions between them, the project team were able to kind of consider the role of supports in a little bit more like a deeper way, and kind of take that a little bit further and consider new approaches to the integration of supports into curricula themselves and the student experience at each stage. So this approach, we were kind of trying to mitigate as much as possible that need for students to seek out supports, and the perception that these are kind of like an additional or a detached service from the rest of their student journey. So one simple way of achieving this was by locating supports directly on course pages as part of a university-wide template. So in this way, you're kind of putting the supports in the context of the course itself. So supports can be read visually as an integral part of the course structure. So it relates to other aspects like assessment or learning outcomes. And it can be framed in that context. So here we just kind of ask them things like, are you having problems with comprehension? Here are the relevant supports for that. Or have you discussed this with your lecturer? Are you feeling overwhelmed? We have these wellbeing supports available for you, and guide them to those. So again, just like mitigating to some extent that perception that supports are external, kind of extra help. So this perception was also addressed in the successful rollout of the academic writing badge that Aoife is going to talk about later. So the form of this badge kind of provided a template for the design of flexible and intuitive resources. So it's currently being utilised in the development of an ATU Access course encompassing modules like learning and accessibility supports, online research, literature searching, and evaluating information. So I'll speak a little bit more in the next presentation about the design of that and how it can be kind of adapted to the needs of students and lecturers. Another important aspect that we've been looking at is the accessibility of learning material itself. So one way we've looked to address that is through the introduction of Blackboard Ally. Ally is a content accessibility service that integrates directly into the learning management system. So within any institution, there's vast amounts of content just constantly being created, and it's quite difficult to get a sense of where issues are arising and how the sort of landscape in terms of accessibility is evolving. And improving accessibility obviously leads to quality and usability for all students, and is particularly crucial in terms of UDL. Ally kind of helps address content accessibility in 3 ways. So the first is that it automatically generates alternative formats for course content across the LMS. So along with the original document uploaded by lecturers, students can choose to engage with it in an alternative format that just might be a bit more suitable to them. So they can choose a HTML version, an audio version, EPUB, electronic braille, or PDF. And as well as this, it also checks and scores content that's uploaded and provides feedback and guidance to instructors on how to fix the identified accessibility issues. So any kind of problems in terms of accessibility that are identified, it will show exactly where the document they are and provide guidance on how to fix those. It also checks and scores content that's uploaded and provides it also checks content and provides a institution-wide report. And so it gives administrators an insight into how the institute is performing, where problems are, and what the major issues are. And this has been really enlightening for us in terms of designing our training for lecturers in a kind of strategic way to address particular problems in terms of accessibility that are occurring again and again before they ever kind of get as far as Ally, so kind of changing perception in relation to accessibility and awareness among lecturers. Another area that was identified through the framework and became particularly pertinent during COVID was mental health and well-being. And 2 services were introduced particularly to address this, Silver Cloud and Being Well, Living Well. Silver Cloud is a flexible and evidence-based online mental health support system, and it's easy to use, and all ATU students and staff have access to it. It grants students secure and immediate access to cognitive behavioural therapy and supports people experiencing different issues like stress, anxiety, depression, and to kind of learn skills to manage and cope with that, what they're experiencing, and bring balance to their life. And there's quite a bit of research has already been done about Silver Cloud. A newer resource that we've also introduced is Being Well, Living Well, designed by Pedagogy. And this kind of takes a little bit more of a preventative approach, a more kind of around resilience. So it was developed in collaboration with mental health experts, higher education professionals, and university students and staff, and is structured in a kind of an online toolkit. So this again, it kind of is takes a positive approach to helping students maintain their mental health, physical, emotional, and financial well-being. So they're both kind of flexible and modular in structure, and allow students to sort of dip in and out and looking at issues that are most relevant to them at times that suit them. It also kind of utilises inclusive practice scenarios, self-reflection activities, action plans to encourage rational thinking and positive behaviours. The structured framework has provided a constructive tool throughout the merger process of the ATU as well, just kind of by facilitating that visualisation of existing supports and providing an insight into those potential gaps, overlaps, or opportunities for collaboration. Similarly, the framework provided clear oversight on areas of iNOTE that had the potential to be advanced through Higher Ed 4.0. So while the initial framework focused on supports available in ATU Sligo, we're currently collaborating with our colleagues in Letterkenny and Galway Mayo to adapt the framework to the purposes of these colleges. I think through the framework we've been able to create a sense of clarity and connection and give a coherence and legibility to the supports developed all the way through the project, and move us kind of towards an online student support community that's sort of intuitively understood and integrated into the student experience. And just when I was listening to the keynote earlier, and we were kind of talking about that idea of what is education in a world where information is ubiquitous and kind of free. And it kind of reminded me of the Yeats quote that's like, education isn't the filling of a pail, it's the starting of a fire. And I think that by providing this kind of supportive community for students, we're trying to create the conditions where all students can experience that. Okay. I don't have control of it from here. The second to last one.
Hi everybody, my name is Aoife Murray and I am one of two academic writing tutors at ATU Sligo. I'm going to talk to you today about our academic writing digital badge, which I developed with Ellen, who's a fantastic instructional designer and really helped put all the content together in a really accessible format, an interactive format for the students. So we're going to look at, I suppose, how the badge came about. I'll give you an overview of the badge content and then how students have been engaging with it and lecturers. So we'll just give you some kind of statistics around that. Ellen then is going to jump in and give a short demonstration of the badge and to show you exactly how it works. And then I'll just talk a little bit about some of the developments we've made on the badge and some feedback we've gotten through an evaluation process. So I suppose the badge came about. We set up the Academic Writing Centre in Sligo in March 2019, I think. It's hard to remember with COVID, all the years seem to go into each other. Anyway, so when I started, I suppose I was looking at what kind of queries were coming in from students, from staff, so lecturing staff looking for us to do maybe workshops or tutorials with their students. And I was finding there was an awful lot of repeat queries. So students were coming to spend 40 minutes on a one-to-one session with a tutor to answer some common questions, maybe around citation, maybe around how to structure an essay, how to use sources, things like that. And then lecturers again coming to me with similar issues. So I started to think about how we could develop resources that would, I suppose, answer some of these common questions, but also start to gather good, high-quality resources in one place that lecturers could use for their own teaching and students could go to as well. The other thing I was really conscious of when I started in Sligo, IT Sligo as it was then, was the large online community of students. So, and not just online students, but also students who are maybe on work placement. So we have a lot of courses that require work placement. So they're not on campus, but they still have to do assignments. Or maybe they just have really full days. So our engineers tend to have lectures 9 to 5, so they couldn't actually access the appointments in the centre. So we did provide online appointments before COVID for students. So this was an additional support I started to think about for the student community. And when we did a survey of students, when we started the centre, a lot of them said that they wanted resources that they could follow in their own time. And that wasn't just online students, that was all students. The other thing was then, as I mentioned, supporting the teaching and learning. So some courses have academic writing built into a module. So there might be a study skills module and they learn academic writing as part of that. So it was important to provide a support that maybe would, I suppose, to support that teaching for the lecturers, but also anecdotally lecturers were saying to me that they were spending subject time teaching academic writing. So maybe it might be in life sciences in a chemistry module and they were spending classes when they should have been focusing on the chemistry, but they were actually focusing on how to write a lab report. So they were looking for supports around that. So I suppose it was twofold. It was that we would provide something that would be a resource for lecturers who were teaching academic writing, but we were also providing a referral point for lecturers who, if they came across a student who was struggling, or if the first lab reports came in and there was general issues, that they could then direct the students to this digital badge. The other, I suppose, motivation was the students, of course, themselves. We wanted it to be really flexible. We wanted the students to get something from it, no matter how much they had done. So that was why we designed it in the way that we did, so that they would be rewarded for whatever they achieved, whether they did 1 unit, 4 units, or all 7 units. I wanted to make it really highly practical, highly skills-based. Based on the students I was seeing, I knew that they liked to leave their appointment with, you know, a piece of paper or an email. So I always email them with links to resources so that they get the use out of the 40 minutes, but then they can go back to those resources all the time. Okay, so to make it all freely accessible to them to use when they needed it. So the other important thing I wanted to do was to I suppose, allow the option of embedding the writing programme within modules for lecturers. So I know from my role in Sligo and a previous role that students are great, they're keen to learn, but also if you want them to complete additional material to the core content, if it's embedded, if it's accredited as part of their module, they're much more likely to do it. So I wanted it to make it really easy that a lecturer could choose to embed it into their module. And then that they might complete it as part of an assessment. So to do that, of course, it couldn't be onerous on the lecturer. They had to be able to very quickly see who had completed the units and who hadn't. So I suppose that was where we came into thinking a digital badge would be the best way to kind of present this. So all of this was kind of happening in my head, and then iNOTE came about and the opportunity to get some funding to obviously develop all of this. So all of that was put in place before the pandemic in about January, but of course then with COVID, the resource became sort of even more important because suddenly it wasn't just the online students, it was all the students who were online, so it became really, really important. So just to note the I suppose the impact on the Writing Centre. So you might think, you know, we're meeting students one-to-one, and now we've developed this badge, so now students don't need to come and see us, you know, but that's not the case at all. So this was to complement the work that we do in the centre, because the reality is that our students are 24/7 and we're not. Like, I can't be there 24/7, much as I'd like to be. So it was really important that we were able to develop this to complement our services. And if you see the badge, you'll see at the bottom of almost every page, there's a link to the Writing Centre. So students aren't sort of left, there's the badge, away you go now, you never need to come and see us. We really want them to engage. So we give them the opportunity to connect back with the centre. So even if they're doing the badge and they're struggling, there's a link that will bring them straight to a booking form where they can book an appointment with us. So that's what the badge looks like. So it's hosted on Moodle, but it's also hosted, thanks to Ellen, on open courses. So it's accessible across all of the ATU, and in fact some courses in GMIT have embedded it into their programs as well. So there's 7 units in the program, and each unit gets its own digital badge. Okay, so that's what I was saying, that if students do just the first 2 units, they'll get a digital badge for each of those. If they do all 7, they get one overall digital badge for the programme. Each unit, and you'll see more of this when Ellen does her demonstration, each unit is made up of learning outcomes, content, and then a quiz. And students have to complete all of the content and the quiz before they'll get their digital badge. So I suppose these units represent the key areas of inquiry that I found in the centre. It's really useful for anyone who wants to improve their writing skills, but it's particularly useful for students who are transitioning into third level from secondary school, or students returning to third level after maybe a break in their studies, maybe mature students who have never maybe done a third level before. Okay, so it's kind of useful for all levels. Also for dissertation students, you know, so maybe the critical writing unit there, Unit 5, is quite useful for that. So Unit 1, Introduction to Academic Writing, is our most popular unit, and Unit 3, the Avoiding Plagiarism Citation unit, is our second most popular. Unit 4 is quite a long unit, but it's kind of a standalone one. It's step-by-step in how to complete an assignment, so that's also quite popular. Unit 6, Report Writing, we included, due to the nature of a lot of the programmes that we had in Sligo, that require a lot of report writing. Okay, so it was something that was a real issue, so that was particularly included there in response to lecturer feedback, I suppose, on their students' understanding of the difference between an essay and a report. Ellen will take us through a little demonstration of one of the units and show some of the content and detail on that in a minute. So with the engagement of the badge, it launched in September 2020. So this is the second full academic year of students using the badge. So you can see it stayed pretty consistent over the 2 academic years in terms of the number of badges. So they're individual unit badges that have been awarded. And then whole programme badges, we've had slightly more this year. The embedding by lecturers has increased. We have 22 programmes now that are using the badge, and that's across faculties and departments and levels of study. So for example, first year Introduction to Engineering programme required their students to complete the whole digital badge, all 7 units. First year Social Research Methods in our Social Care Practice programme also required the students to complete the badge. And then some level 9 dissertation supervisors on an individual basis ask the students whose dissertations they're supervising to complete the badge or to complete elements of it. Okay, so it depends. There's total flexibility in the badge, so anywhere between 1 and 7 units can be embedded. So for example, there's a health promotion unit. The lecturer there wants them to do the first 3 units for the first year. So introduction, citation and referencing, and note-taking. They're the 3 units that they require. So some lecturers recommend it to their students. Some make it mandatory and give them credit. So that can vary, so anywhere between maybe 5 and 10% of the grade of an assignment towards completing the badge. And Ellen will show you exactly how easy it is as well for a lecturer to embed it and then to actually track the progress. So I'm going to hand over to Ellen on the laptop, so she's going to do a live demonstration, if that's okay.
All right, so as Aoife mentioned there, it's a modular design, and students and lecturers can select sections that are most relevant to them. Or they can choose to complete the full badge. Each section has a badge attached, so Unit 1, Introduction to Academic Writing. If you complete that, you get a badge in Introduction to Academic Writing, or you can choose to complete all 7 units and get the overall badge in Academic Writing. I'm just going to give you a closer look at one of the units now. So as Aoife mentioned, there's 3 sections to each unit. Learning outcomes, the content of the badge itself, and an assessment quiz. And students have to complete all 3 sections to be awarded the badge. So I'm just going to come and have a look at the content now. So the content is a SCORM created by myself and Aoife in Articulate 360. And when students come in here, we can see a breakdown of the topics that will be covered here on the side. I'm going to come into about this unit. Each section has a little intro animation video that will just go through what's covered in the badge. It's narrated by Aoife. The SCORM tracks the completion of each element here. You can see that when you come into a section and complete it, you can see that you've started to complete it. And when we get this little orange tick, so that information then gets communicated back to Moodle, and it's just really easily tracked. I'll just bring you down and have a look. There's a few different check your understanding activities throughout the badge. So we have different things like kind of drag and drop and kind of matching activities, just kind of to have interactivity and kind of include a mix of media, but not kind of overdoing it, just like keeping it relevant to the content. So there's a kind of like a graphic timeline in this module of writing an assignment. It kind of takes you through the different steps of creating an assignment. When you go through each section, you can see the different steps that you've come along for doing that. And again, these like simple activities are created for you to be able to check your understanding. At the end of each unit, there are takeaways. Students are just asked here what their kind of top 5 takeaways from the unit are, and when they put them in here, they're given some examples then of what they might have learned throughout this unit and what their key takeaways could be. So when once they've completed this unit and all of these little orange ticks appear, then when they come back to that section, a green tick will appear here, and if they access the learning outcomes, they get a green tick there just to show that they've completed that, and then they need to pass a basic quiz to show that they have completed it and have some understanding of the topic. And as Aoife mentioned, a number of lecturers have embedded the badge or elements of the badge into their modules, and some offer a portion of the grade for them, and some of them it's just a recommendation. So it's really important for them to be able to track who's completed what, and the SCORM embedded in Moodle just makes that really easy. So you can see here that there is a progress bar here, so students can see how much of it will come up green here, and they'll see how much of the badge they've completed. I'm just going to switch now to back to my normal role. And when I'm in here in my normal role, and if lecturers are signed up as non-editing lecturers, they also have access to this overview of students. So can we switch back to the PowerPoint for a second? And so a number of lecturers who have embedded the badge asked me to create groups for their students. So the lecturers who have done this can easily filter down using this drop down to their particular group. So for this course, we've created a group, and the lecturer can just easily see how much of the badge has been completed, and then accordingly to award marks for it or not. So yeah, it's just a very clear structure. That kind of the modular nature of it just means that lecturers can take what's relevant to them and embed it directly into their course, and it can kind of accommodate different learning styles using a variety of media. I think the fact that it's just so easily tracked has been something that really appealed to lecturers, because it kind of allowed us to embed a support into the course, and for it to come directly from lecturers who really are the kind of primary point of contact for our students, but without putting that kind of additional load onto lecturers, kind of take that that kind of pressure away from them without them having to take up class time and resources that's kind of precious to them, but that they could embed it in a really straightforward manner. So thank you very much. That's the Academic Ready Badge.
Oh, do you start? Sorry, actually, I'm not quite finished. Sorry. Thanks, though, Ellen. I just wanted to briefly talk about the development and the evaluation of the badge. Sorry, you thought you were done with me, but not quite yet. So just, as I said, it was launched in September 2020, and it was made available via open courses then for all ATU campuses. We did a student evaluation and staff evaluation last year, and it's currently being developed, as Ellen referred to earlier, to be included in an access to education programme for students starting out on their educational journey. So hopefully that will work out and it'll be useful for them. In the evaluation, basically students and staff both felt that it was a really user-friendly and practical resource. The students particularly liked the practical interactive nature, the downloadable resources, as I spoke about earlier, the ability to go back to the content. So it's not just a badge that they do and then that's it and they can't access the content. It's there on our Moodle page as a support whenever they want to use it. They also felt they had a better understanding of what was expected from their writing, which was really interesting. And then the lecture is just kind of going on from what Ellen mentioned there, the flexible approach to embedding the badge, the fact that it didn't add a whole extra workload to them. There was no corrections involved in this. Students either complete it and get their quiz marks or they don't. They also felt that it really improved their teaching experience and workflow. So for example, that they had a point of referral for students, that they were able to, I suppose they saw less common errors in the work of students from it. They were able to get better quality of work and not take up their class time on teaching all those fundamentals. So they were spending less time on answering basic queries from students. Students were able to get the answers from the badge. And if they had a question, they were maybe they would come to the writing centre rather than back to the lecturer, who then would send them to the writing centre. So it kind of cut out that extra time there as well, which was really useful. So just to finish, just some quotations from the evaluation that we did. And I think what's particularly interesting is the usefulness of the badge to those starting out or returning to education. And particularly returning to education, a lot of those students would be online. And so really, really appreciated that flexible nature. As well there, you can see the first quotation, someone talking about using it as a peer mentor, that they were recommending it. They were in fourth year, they'd done the badge, they were recommending it to the first years to do the badge. So while it's an online resource, it's available to all students. So and basically it's being used by online students, by full-time students, by on-campus students. So someone was mentioning earlier the challenge of kind of transferring online support or online teaching supports, to now being back in the classroom. And this is a resource, I suppose, that's been developed through iNOTE that it doesn't matter whether you're in the classroom or whether you're online. It actually provides support and will continue to do so on a legacy basis. So that is the academic writing badge. And thanks so much, Ellen, for doing your demonstration.
Thanks so much for having us here today. My name is Shelley Brady and I'm the Disability Officer, and I'm going to be speaking to you today, along with Linda Mulligan, our Inclusion Support Worker, about supporting our neurodivergent students to thrive. So our journey so far, well honestly, since recruiting Linda through the iNOTE funding, it has been extremely fast. She's achieved an awful lot in a relatively short amount of time, so she's only been working with us for 8 months. And that's testimony to her hard work, her knowledge, her enthusiasm and her belief in changing things for the greater good. For the purposes of today's talk, I'm going to talk about the physical and operational environment, and Linda's going to speak to you about the student and staff supports that she has on offer through her service, as well as a little bit about our research project in the background and some future plans. You'll see down in the bottom corner there, we have a speech bubble with the student voice, and you'll see that present on every slide, and that's just to reinforce the fact that this project is very much led by our student voice, and they've been consulted every step of the way. So very often for our neurodivergent students, that transition piece and that navigation of the transition piece into third level education can be a barrier. So I suppose very much mirroring what Ellen was speaking about in the student support journey, we wanted to look at every element of the student journey, starting with pre-entry. The Autism and Uni Toolkit is open source, so it's there free to be adopted and adapted by anybody, which we did in ATU Sligo. And we based it, I suppose, we developed it very much on the experiences of our autistic students, as well as the literature that's out there around autistic students in third level education. And the underlying ethos of it is, I suppose, students can engage with it in their own time. It provides really clear, detailed information. It provides practical advice on every aspect of the student journey, all the way to entering the workforce. I suppose what it does is it reduces students' anxiety around that transition piece because it has that really clear guidance. We also provide a neurodivergent-friendly induction, and all of our neurodivergent students are invited to that. It's a smaller induction, and it means that they can take part in that if they don't feel like going to the main induction. It's smaller, and it takes all of their needs into account. Another really important area for us to address was the sensory profile of our buildings on campus. Our students wanted a sensory map. And they wanted a sensory map so they could avoid those areas of overstimulation when they needed to. They could also seek out simulation if they were craving it. And what a sensory map usually does is it provides information on the layout of a building and then the sensory stimulation that is there at any given time. So times when it's loud, times when it's quiet, times when it's busy, areas of high, like that bright light, areas of low lighting, etc. So the sensory maps are being informed by a couple of different things. You'll see there's some quotes here on this slide. And what we have available on our website at any time are a sensory alert. So if there's something that happens, the student is able to fill in a form and provide us with a sensory alert immediately, or mini sensory audits, where they're able to go into more detail of a certain area in the college. So staff, students, visitors to the college, anybody can fill in these, and we're able to get information from that. We also had a sensory audit completed just last week by our colleagues in As I Am, because we are also working towards becoming an autism-friendly campus. So Katie Quinn came from As I Am. She carried out a sensory audit. She had the opportunity to engage with some of our students. They talked to her about areas that they enjoyed being in the college, the areas that they found more difficult, and why. And I suppose another way, and this is really student-led and very exciting, is that we're working with some fantastic lecturers. So we have an amazing lecturer in Universal Design, Adrian Durkin. He's worked on a brief with Linda, and he has given it to his students. So his students are actually designing the sensory map for us as a project. So they're in the early stages of the project. They've carried out their primary and secondary research with some really good findings. And now what they're doing is they're proving the project, I suppose. So they're looking at what they've described as 3 sensory pain points in the college, and they're looking at historical data. So the historical data that they're garnering is till receipts, observation, and decibel recording. And the 3 pain points they're looking at initially, before they move on to the rest of the college, is the main reception, the canteen, and the student union. So at the moment, this week, they're looking at sensors that are going to provide real-time live feed data to the sensory maps, and they're going to be made available on the website for absolutely anybody to use at any time. So that's something that we're really looking forward to. Another area that we are addressing is that of calm spaces for our students to be able to visit on campus. So preference has been shown for a separate room and a space for our students to be able to go to. So we're still in talks about that. It is starting to look positive that we've found a space for them. But in the meantime, preference was also shown for furniture such as you can see there in the picture. So kind of high-backed, semi-enclosed pieces of furniture for our students to be able to go to. These just arrived about 3 weeks ago. The feedback has been really, really positive. So our students now have somewhere to go to relax, to self-regulate, or just a quieter area to go and meet with peers if they need to. So now I'm going to hand over to Linda to talk about student supports and staff supports. Thanks, Linda.
Okay, so as Shelley said, I'm going to talk a little bit about student and staff supports that we've put in place this year. So in addition to the changes that Shelley has discussed, we offer a range of both academic and sort of social supports for students and some supports for staff. So most of the students are autistic, but we do have some other students who are neurodivergent, but not autistic. Ultimately, all of the supports we put in place are neurodiversity affirmative. So we recognise that autistic and neurodivergent students have a different experience at university and life in general, and that they experience barriers that other people don't, simply because the infrastructure that we have in place all through society is built with the most common neurotype in mind, and so there are unintended consequences, unintended barriers there that autistic and other neurodivergent students have to deal with every single day. Okay, so let's have a look through. So you'll see throughout the student voice, little icon is there, but also you'll also see neurodiversity affirmative as well throughout. And that is because we want to give our students the impression that their experiences are valid, and just because there are different neurotypes, their experience is different, they're not deficient, they're not disordered, and we want to validate their experience, and this really is so important for so many reasons, which I'll go into shortly. Right. Okay, so one of the supports we have in place is one-to-one meetings. Students can meet with us weekly if they want to, and many of them do. And we work on a range of skills. Now, it's important to note that these are neurodiversity affirming. If you know anything about therapies or supports that have historically been put in place for autistic people in particular, you'll know that a lot of them expect students or autistic people to conform to more typical behaviours, which is not something that we do, because the first generation of children who were exposed to these therapies have grown up, and they've told us that actually these have caused trauma to them. We have a whole generation of autistic adults who have PTSD, CPTSD, and that's obviously something that we'd like to avoid. Their experience of life is valid, and they really need supports that are tailored to their particular needs, and the general student supports don't necessarily quite fit. So there are different areas here, and I'll go into them a little bit more detail in the next slide. So the ones at the bottom here, apart from skills that I support students with in our meetings, I also do signposting to other services that are available in the college, and I want to draw your attention to the counselling service and wellbeing, other wellbeing supports, because we've worked quite closely with the counselling service in particular this year to really provide a service which really meets the needs of neurodivergent students, particularly as they do tend to have more mental health issues, and you might have the impression that being anxious or being depressed is intrinsic to being autistic or neurodivergent, but it's not the case. That's just a natural human response to living in a world that constantly tells you that the way that you do things isn't quite right, or just the constant barriers that you face where systems, policies, procedures don't quite fit. So it's really important that we, whenever we can, adapt our practice, provide support, accommodate, in order to give the message that actually our students, our neurodivergent students, have a place at ATU, and that not only that they belong. We don't want them just to survive, we want them to actually belong and feel that they can be really successful here. And just to point out that I think Ellen had mentioned CBT, and the reason it's really important for us to work with the counselling service is because some of these sort of standard therapies that would be offered don't work with all neurodivergent people, and so it is really important that we adapt and tailor. Okay, moving on. Okay, so this shows some of the main areas that have been worked on in the one-to-one sessions with students. It's very difficult so I'll just tell you that the largest ones are communication, self-advocacy and organisation, which definitely reflects my reality with the students this year. So communication in particular is sort of intertwined with self-advocacy, simply because it's really important for students to, once they know what their needs are, to communicate them so that they're met effectively. Sorry, I'll just go back to this. So, for example, working with a student on communication skills, I might encourage them to make it clear that they don't do small talk, that actually they find it really difficult, or that actually that they need others to communicate with them in a really explicit, clear way, because they won't, if things are inferred or implied, they might miss it completely. So it's not about trying to get them to conform to typical communication norms. It's about actually identifying their needs and communicating them effectively to give people the opportunity to meet their needs. Okay. Okay, so a little bit more about the research project. Initial research findings have been very positive. While most of the students that I see, actually maybe 2/3 of the students I see are first years, the participants in the research project went across first to fourth year. So it was quite a mix. And you'll see that we got quite a jump from September to January. Participants went from feeling, well, some of them feeling happy or excited to come to IT Sligo, and by January it was across the board very positive, happy feelings. Equally, the group situations, which can pose difficulties, particular unique challenges for autistic students in particular. Students were, I suppose, almost half were comfortable, half not so comfortable, whereas that number went up quite dramatically, which was very pleasing. Can't read the orange one. Sorry. Okay, so yeah, approaching lecturers. We did do quite a lot of work with a lot of the students at the beginning of the year about approaching lecturers, and very pleased to see that by January, which is pretty early, a lot of them, actually all of them, were confident in approaching their lecturers. And the extracurricular activities, over half were considering participating in extracurricular activities, and more than that, so really 75% really exceeded our expectations, but that's influenced by some of the groups that we introduced throughout the year when students demanded it, which I'll talk about later. Okay. So these 3 student quotes summarise the different types of student that I tend to deal with. A lot of the students would fall into at least one of these brackets. The first one is like the student that has met with me religiously from the start of the year and really makes the most of the service as a resource, and has seen her grades increase quite dramatically. The second sort of strand is somebody that maybe didn't engage to begin with, and then found, actually, whoa, this is actually helpful, surprise. And the third one is, which actually reflects quite a lot of the students, that I'm maybe the only neurodiversity affirming voice that they hear or that they encounter in their week, and that it's really important that they hear this person who validates their experience and who can offer advice that is respectful, and that has a chance, and it doesn't expect them to compromise themselves, I suppose. Okay, so university. So these are the groups that we introduced this year. Mostly they were social, but there's overlap. So, for example, the study partners and the study sort of groups was a sort of pilot for semester 2, and that obviously supports students academically, but there are connections there that they make socially as well, which are really important. Our autistic students in particular socialise in different ways, and so it really is valuable to give them the opportunity to connect with each other, because autistic to autistic communication is just as effective, if not more effective, than typical to typical communication. So the difficulties usually arise when you have cross neurotype. It's just a mismatch in communication. So giving people a chance to connect with people that maybe understand their experience, maybe share interests, really is important, not just for retention, but for their mental health as well. And so all of these groups provide an opportunity to socialise and to connect with peers. So the Neurodiversity Society was established with a small group of students in September 2021, and it has been quite quiet this semester, but it seems that this is it's not a typical club, it's not a typical society, because neurodivergent people tend to have fluctuating energy levels, and the activities of the club need to reflect that and need to be flexible enough to accommodate when they're feeling burnt out by just having to meet the expectations of society. Or, I mean, a lot of the students involved were first years, so they'll be much better placed at the start of next year to know more what their own limits are. And the ambassadors group has been actually particularly successful. I think some of our students who maybe wouldn't like to be in a club, or like a larger club or society like the Neurodiversity Society, found a little bit of a haven in the ambassadors group. It's smaller, it's more frequently online, and it gives students a chance to have input on policy. So, for example, the Learning Needs Assessment document that Disability Service uses, we changed the policy on that because students gave us feedback that actually they didn't necessarily want to have their disability stated on it. Like, they were happy enough to have their needs listed, but some wanted their disability on it, some didn't. So now they have the option. And these students as well have an ongoing sort of part in the Sensory Map project. So they'll do usability testing once there's something to test. And we had our Autism Acceptance Week last week. Was it last week? Yes. It feels like an age away. And they had an integral part in the planning and sort of implementation of that as well. Oh, actually, I want to go back to that as well. No, it's fine. Okay, so, nearly finished. Okay, so many of our student supports, actually the majority, focus on the time that our students are at university or when they're just joining, transitioning, but we do have some supports that help our students with employability skills. So traditionally, our links with Specialists in Ireland have supported neurodivergent students with interview skills, with CVs, and these are experts with neurodivergent students. But this year, again, due to student demand, we added some extra sessions for students that aren't in their final year. So first and second year students did some sessions with Specialists in it as well. And we also had some public speaking sessions with Your Speech, and for all of these sessions that have happened so far this year, we got some really good positive feedback from students. Okay, and finally, we have put some staff supports in place this year, because ultimately we want to empower our staff to support our autistic and neurodivergent students as well as they can. So we've had the staff advice clinic, and also sort of more informal staff support sessions as they've been needed. As I mentioned earlier, we've had staff training sessions with all staff, as well as with the counselling service, for example. And apart from that, we've started creating some resources. So we've got an event guide, which has been used by a few staff already. And our future plans are basically to provide more digital tools for staff and self-directed resources, and some more for students as well. Was that everything? All right. Okay, I think that's us. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Louise, Ellen, Aoife, Shelley and Linda for that really interesting showcase of Work Package 3. Does anyone have any questions about Work Package 3? No, I had one, sorry, Karina, yeah. I had one quick one just maybe for Ellen and Aoife, just to congratulate you on the academic writing badge, because I've explored it myself and it's a really, really valuable resource. I just wanted to ask you about embedding it in programmes. You had mentioned that it can be used through Moodle, but it's also an open course. And I'm just aware on the Donegal campus with use of Blackboard. Is there a way with Blackboard of embedding it and using the tracking devices in it, or is that something maybe that is to come?
We haven't tried it yet. Like whoever, it's mostly been accessed on other campuses through. Thanks. Some lecturers in Galway have taken the full course and put it onto their Moodle page. Obviously, because you're working with Blackboard, I think anyone who's used it from Letterkenny has used it on our Open Courses site, which is a Moodle site. Yeah. And we haven't, I suppose, experimented with embedding that. In theory, I suppose you probably could, and you could definitely take the individual, say, content SCORMs and embed them quite easily into Blackboard. But it should be quite doable. It's not something that we have tried yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think mostly it's just been used as a resource. But the badges do work quite well. Even we did kind of look into with our evaluation, how much value do students place on the badges? And I suppose we don't really, there's kind of a very varying perception on that. But just in terms of the structure of being able to see it, it's been great. And I think it's just maybe raised the awareness, I suppose, a little bit of digital badges. And that's something that maybe in Higher Ed 4.0 can be developed further.
Yeah, certainly so much potential there. Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, we can use LTI to direct access in if we want, or as Ellen said, they're SCORMs. So SCORMs is something that I can speak to Mark about and could be downloaded and imported in.
Yeah, it'd be great to have that embedding option. Yeah.
LTI is the quick option, do you know, because it brings it in as if it's on your platform. But we can look at that.
Thank you. Karina, did you have a question?
Thanks, and well done, everybody. I know the amazing work you've done over the last couple of years. We've all been following it and embedding all these resources. I have a couple of questions. I suppose I'll start with Ali, first of all, and it's been fabulous to integrate that into our Moodle system in Galway and Mayo. And is it you, Ellen? I think you were involved with Ali. Is it long term? Is it going to be short, or will it be long term? Will we have it forever, or... because I know it was subject to the funding. That's my first question. Sorry, I didn't ask
that. Louise might be able to answer that better.
Yeah, it's up for review this year, and it's going to the registrars. A paper has been presented to them, and Michelle is opening the discussion for that. It obviously costs every year, so it's a yearly license, and it's something that we have to see if, obviously, Work Package 3 and the other people have used it, believe it's worth a permanent tool. And we have looked at the other packages available out there, but ultimately it goes with the paymasters, and hopefully they will embed it in the college as a tool for all students and staff.
My other question was the academic integrity badge is fantastic, and we have a number of lecturers that teach a first year skills module that we have. It's called professional, well, it was called Learning and Innovation Skills, LIS, and now it's academic and professional development skills. And I just wonder, is there an opportunity, perhaps, we have this first year skills module and the academic integrity is in it, but perhaps there's an opportunity to roll it out in Letterkenny and across Sligo as well, because it does ensure students have access to the badge in first year. So is there plans, and maybe that hasn't come up yet. And the other thing is the student journey. That model is fantastic, all the work that was done on that. And I know we said we would, we're creating a space on digital ed, which is great as a resource. But I think if it was on the main ATU website as the student journey, it really needs to find a home on the ATU new website. And are you planning that, or what do you think?
A short answer, yes. Yeah, we're trying to put it as many places as we can, because that's what's important. Obviously, we're creating 2 versions at the moment for yourselves and for Letterkenny. And as we merge, as our services merge, we're hoping that will become one, just one, and everything will work off the same platform, rather than having 3 separate things. So that's the plan there. And I can't remember the first question. Yeah, I'm not aware. That'd be a conversation we'd have to have with Niamh probably, and Deirdre.
Yeah, I think it would be lovely to talk about it again, because we have this first year skills module, and maybe between Niamh, Deirdre and I, we could look at ensuring that all students get access to it in the first year, because it's a fantastic resource.
And that's what we're planning. Like, we've built an awful lot of resources, and unfortunately, we've kind of finishing this project as we're starting an ATU, so everything's separate. But as we merge our services, we should be just having the one tool there, making the most of all our resources and bringing them all together. So that's the way we would see student supports being stronger together rather than separate.
Hiya, I just have a question for Shelley and Linda there. Firstly, thanks very much. That was great and so interesting. You presented a bit of research there and some of the feedback that you got from the students. I was just wondering what kind of size of sample you have there. Okay. It's still great to see and really positive. I was wondering, so you're giving them a questionnaire around their experiences and that. Would you ever consider maybe looking at the student engagement from some of those models of student engagement? Because whenever we think of it like cognitively, people present with autism or neurodiversity present differently in terms of executive functioning, and then in terms of emotional or affective engagement often present emotionally differently in the same, even with behaviours too. Would it be something you might consider doing, a questionnaire like that, or a measurement of student engagement?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's really interesting what your research was based on, and I think anything that's going to strengthen the case for having more services, inclusion support workers, to strengthen that case, anything like that, we'd definitely consider it, yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely, because you don't want to just see the average student, you want to be also inclusive in that.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. So there's a short break now What time is it now, Mark? How long could we take a break for, maybe? Could we come back at past, maybe? Would that be feasible? There's tea and coffee, I think, at the canteen again. Take 15? Yeah, take 15 then. Take 15. 25 too. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
break. We're moving on to our next session, which is around Work Package 4, which is concerned with the developing and delivering work-based learning programs using the digital capabilities for flexible delivery. So we've heard in our previous sessions about all of the building blocks, the policy, the student supports, and the lecturer supports, the academic supports. And our next three speakers will give some examples of how we've pulled that together at a program level to introduce comprehensive program delivery using all of the technologies and policies we've heard this morning. So first up, Marilla Keating and Orla Scahill are going to talk about a level 7-8 program development quality for industry. And without further ado, I'll hand over to Marilla and Orla, who are joining us from Galway.
Hello. Get our slide deck up there. Not seeing our slides there, sorry, folks. This is Orla speaking. There we go. Hi, everybody. So my name is Orla Scahill, and I'm a learning technologist here in ATU Galway City. And I'm joined on the call by Marilla Keating, who's a lecturer and the Level 7 Programme Coordinator. And we're here today just to share with you our story of enhanced learner experience and digital transformation of the Quality for Industry programme that we were able to take part in as part of Work Package 4. So we have a lot to talk about, but we'll try and keep it brief. But I'd like to give you a little background to the project and to the programs themselves. Talk a little bit about how we decided on what areas we wanted to focus on, what exactly we got up to, how we reflected on it and iterated, and maybe a few of the lessons learned and our future plans. So the programs we approached these are long-standing traditional evening part-time type programs. So they were never traditionally online or blended in the past. They're not new programs, but they're very successful in their own right as traditional programs. They are the Level 7 BSc Quality for Industry program and the Level 8. And the Level 7 itself is actually comprised of 3 particular certificates, which offers a lot of flexibility for part-time learners to take modules as they please and to pursue individual certificates. But with this flexibility came a little bit of complexity, which we kind of wanted to look at and iron out. The program itself, one of its main aims is to serve industry. So this is a mecca for pharma and medtech in this region. So the programs are based around the needs of industry and the businesses that are here to provide staff that are skilled in the qualities that they need, as well as to offer and meet the expectations of students who are looking to advance their careers in this sector. So the core team just involved in the project. So we've met Dr. Irene Hayden already, who's been our iNOTE project lead here in Galway. Myself, I'm the learning technologist, and the program team, Marilla is on the call with us, but also to mention that we had Ita, Rachel and Rita, who have been involved with us since fully immersed in this project since day one. It's a very experienced team, both in industry and in teaching. They have extreme passion about their subject matter. They're extremely passionate about their students. So from that perspective, it was an absolute pleasure to work with this team. Just to give you a little background about how we decided to work and how we wanted to share a vision about what we were going to do. Work Package 4 was quite broad and gave us a lot of scope to introduce new digital tools, to introduce flexibility, to look at an online or a hybrid blended approach. So choosing what to do was going to be a bit of a challenge. So as someone who's quite passionate about design thinking, I kind of gave the team an option. I said, listen guys, how about we approach this from a learning experience point of view and use a little bit of design thinking. So it wasn't that hard to get buy-in because the team were already so focused on their student and the learner that this approach was quite tailored to their needs. With any design thinking project, we have to spend a lot of time up front looking at who our users are, who our learners are, what are their needs, what is the landscape that they operate in, how can we help serve them better. So we spent a lot of time on phase 1 and 2. And from that perspective, I set the team a challenge. So first off, I asked them if they could chart out our overall learner journey. So from the very first moment that a student has an inkling about taking a little bit of further education all the way to graduation, where they're talking about it in the canteen the following week, what goes on in between that journey? Who do they meet? What parts of the institution do they contact? Where are the pain points? Where are the problems? Can we get it all down on paper? Secondly, I wanted them to examine their non-traditional students. These guys are not 19-year-old CEO students. They're full-time workers. they've got busy lives, they've got families, they're working night shifts. Let's look at this non-traditional student and see who they are, what they need, and how we can best serve them. And thirdly, I challenge them to self-assess on their own practice, on their own technical abilities, and what do they want to do and what do they need to do in order to build out these flexible programs. So they embrace these challenges, and after we produce these outcomes, we focused down on the lecturers. We wanted to help enhance their technical skills confidently in a timely manner. So with COVID, we were certainly driven into enhancing technical skills fairly rapidly. But as a learning technologist, I always wanted to make sure that they were comfortable and supported in doing this as well. And on the other side, we wanted to give the students a simpler and more streamlined experience. So what was quite complex and kind of complicated getting started, how can we just cut down all the faff and let them focus on just learning and what they need to learn? So the team got on with ideating and came up with lots of great ideas, and Marilla will talk about some of that stuff a little bit later. For now, I just wanted to show you this picture. This is the learning journey. This is a very condensed version of it. So what started off as a big scrawl on paper or freehand, we condensed down the learning journey from discovery all the way to graduation and identified all the points along the way. So what's the learner thinking? What are they doing? What are their issues? And so on. What I want to just mention on this diagram is just that yellow box, the yellow area, the yellow arrow at the bottom of the screen. It's just the focus that we took for iNOTE. We took very much an in-play focus on the program itself. So what goes on during the program, the online delivery and so on. Purely, COVID kind of forced us that way. And in the latter few months, we've gone back to look at the discovery and how can we promote and encourage the course. And we've also identified areas that we could potentially look at for Higher Ed 4.0. Just since I mentioned the non-traditional learner, this picture might just give a little idea about who they are and how we abstract it out. So we have Martin, who's not big into the books, but he knows what he needs to do for a promotion. We've got Ian, he's our young learner. He's not necessarily all that into it, but he wants to get companies paying for it and he wants to get it done fast. Then we have Aga, who's a little bit older and she's been left behind. She's got a busy life, but she knows she can get a degree. So these are the type of people we're looking at and we're trying to serve in a blended environment. So at this point in time, we now understand the aims of the program. We spent a lot of time making sure that we're meeting industry needs. We've clearly charted out the learning journey. We know their associated problems. We've focused in on certain points that we think we might be able to address. We understand the needs of our traditional learner a little bit better because we've taken the time to fully look at who they are by collecting information and data and examining past students. And we've now focused on the areas of upskilling. So we want to focus on supporting lecturers to upskill, and we want to look at supporting students and learners to have a flexible and easy learning experience. So from here, we divide and conquer, and we start off by working on staff reflection and upskilling, and also designing for flexible learning. So Marilla is going to take you through now what happened in those two orange boxes and all of the outputs that they produced.
Thanks, Orla. That's a great introduction there. So I'm going to talk to you about how I'm one of four, so I'm representing Ita and Rita and Rachel in my my voice here today. So I'll talk to you about how we upskilled our digital skills, and then how we embrace the resources of iNOTE Work Package 2 and those new skills to reflect, review and update our BSc in Quality for Industry. So the first thing we did, as I said, is we just we took on board the JISC to access our digital capabilities. Jessica spoke about it there earlier. She released it in April 2020, and I think the week later we all did it to see how good we were at various things. You can see that the long things we're good at and the short things we weren't so good at. We were already engaging with the Teaching and Learning Office, and we're all at various stages in the certificate in learning and all of the diploma and the masters. There's TEL certificates there, but also Work Package 2 designed digital teaching and learning with the net, and it was fantastic. So we did that, and that gave us a pathway to engage with Microsoft, SUNY, and OpenTeach. But we didn't stop there. We were constantly reflecting this. We did reflections on, our learning practices and the needs of the students, etc. And so we engaged on more courses that are available out there. There's the OpenTeach there with DCU, was fantastic. But also the National Forum had fantastic 6-week courses, 25 hours working on various things. UDL we all did, and various versions of that. This was an opportunity to share our work outputs with peers, national peers. So that was really, really, really good. We really enjoyed that. Signposting is critical, and with Orla's guidance, we created landing pages. Now, Ita put a lot of work into these two landing pages. Level 7, level 8, they're color-coded. So this is an example of one-stop shop for students. So when they come on board, they can meet the lecturers, they can get an orientation of what the modules are, student support's there, the links to the library, links to IT. The IT supports were fantastic for the students, because even though we were building our digital capabilities, we needed to bring the students along with us. So there's Moodle courses on how they can operate Teams, operate Moodle, connect with us, etc., etc. So that was really, really fantastic. There's Rachel there giving an orientation, a video orientation. So as soon as they're on board, they have a one-stop shop whereby they've all of their links into one place. But we didn't stop there. Is the onboarding is an area that we're focusing on, and this is an example of a brochure that Rita and Rachel created last year, and this is just basically for sharing the industry. Our students are part-time. They're part-time students, but they're working full-time. They're time poor. So really being involved with the iNOTE Work Package 4 was fantastic in order to be able to redesign our existing program to make it more inclusive, accessible and flexible for them. So then under the review of Orla, we looked at our modules, and we used various models that were coming out of Work Package 2. This is the ABC model that Karina was talking about earlier. The Oscar scorecard is fantastic, but also the Embed model, which we learned from the National Forum, from one of those courses, looking and reflecting on our module and see how can we make them better, how can they look better. So this is Orla's work on taking 3 of the modules, for example. So you need a little bit more of a layout. So what students need is they need to know, what do I do, when do I do it, how do I do it, where do I go, who's involved, and why is it important. So that's like a quality tool. So this is what we created. So this is a snapshot there of some of our modules. We have 16 modules. It's just a selection of a few of them. You can see it's nicer, it's brighter, they can see where they're going, they know what to do. So I'll need to give you some examples there of how we reviewed maybe some of the topics that we did. So if I head over to the right-hand side there, you see regulatory affairs. We'll take on topic number 2. But before I do, I just want to explain that a lot of our modules are flipped. So that means that it's a 2-week cycle. So week 1, there's self-study for the students, whereby they look at notes, videos, do knowledge checks, and we have a Padlet for if they want to ask questions. And then the second week then is they embed that learning. It could be teams, it could be we could do debates, there could be guest speakers, etc. So it's a 2-week cycle typically. So on the left-hand side there, you can see this is a redesigned module, phase 1. Okay, phase 2 I'll show you in a second. And it's a bit structured, a little bit better, thanks to Orla for giving us a layout. And you can see there's pre-work that students can do. And then there's the week 1 of the 2-week cycle then is their instruction. So you can see there's 5 clicks there. So they need to click on the notes, click on Rilla's 3 videos, short videos, do a knowledge check, and there's a Padlet board for any queries. Then the teams, which is cycle week 2 of the 2-week cycle, then we do the teams task, and then there's extra resources. But asking a student for feedback, how's it going? What do you need? So they said, well, look, if we could make it even more accessible. So we responded by doing a H5P, it's a H5P interactive booklet. So all those things on the left-hand side, they're all those red things are now in one click. So in this little booklet, you get everything you want, the notes, the videos, the knowledge check, and down at the bottom is your query. And I was just linking in with what Alec was saying in the keynote this morning, fantastic speaker there. He said it's really good for them to do a summary of their learning. So I think we actually caught that there at the end of our H5P, whereby we ask them, what are the main learning points? So they have to reflect and go, okay, I did all that stuff, so what did I actually learn here? And our second question, you can barely see it there, is what would you like to hear more about? So it's not like, what have you got a problem with? What do you want to hear more about? So that's kind of like a nice way of encouraging them to link with us. So then we can actually plan our second week, of the 2-week cycle and what we'll actually do. So here's an example of some of the stuff where we're at. Breakout rooms. This is OneNote using the visualizer. This is Rachel in action here teaching maths. And then this is students were telling us, look, they're sitting down, they're all day at work, and then they're sitting listening to us in the evening, and they're getting tired from sitting down all day. So we responded and went, okay, well, let's see what can we do through the podcast series. So we made a podcast series there. It's on Anchor. It's available for anybody to watch it. If you are watching it, make sure you go into number 3 or 4. It got better as we went along. And so this is podcasting, auditing through podcasting, and it's in a 4-week cycle. So there's a podcast, there's a Teams call, a Teams meeting, there's a podcast, and then there was an on-site. It just reminded me of what Eamon was saying earlier about the Makerspaces, that we did one. We didn't even know it was called that. We got them on site to actually do a live audit. So hybrid learning, we tried that the other day. It was I think if you're going to try any new technology, it has to be a low risk, low stakes. So there was a revision class on 10 days ago. So thanks to Pat and Ivan in Audio Visual for helping me set it up. This is using the visualizer. There was a video there and also the sound system. And so there's about half the class were online and half the class were in front. It was actually really quite good and quite interactive. So there's hope there for the future to do a bit more. All the while we're keeping an eye on Bloom's taxonomy. So this is an example of UDL and practices. This is Rita doing giving students some option on assessment. For assessment, we do peer assessment. And this is one that actually caught the attention of our external examiner, actually, because this is an alternative, authentic, robust assessment. That was her assessment of it. So she invited us to give a talk at ATU Dublin on this assessment. So what it is it's giving students a whole bunch of scenarios, and they have to apply their learning to a scenario, but each get them randomly. So this is like a final assessment. So there's a whole bunch of scenarios. They all have the same questions, but different task. So that got the attention of our external examiner. So just coming up to the end here now is that how are we actually reviewing this stuff? Well, we're constantly meeting as a team. We have a Teams page there on iNOTE, as you can see. And also we get some great feedback from those national forum classes, because we had to engage with peers from different colleges, different universities. Every time there was a digital showcase, Karina was after us to present, which we did. And also, Karina is our lead down here in Galway, so we have progress reports, and there's our final project report there. And being asked to speak nationally and share practice, we were very proud of that opportunity to do that. Last thing is, we've got our programmatic review coming up in about, I think, 10 days' time. So we're particularly interested to hear what the external panel is going to say about our journey so far. This is what the students say. So they like the options. I mean, the point is to have it inclusive, flexible, and accessible, and it is that. We're looking forward to hearing the feedback from the students now after this year, because we have to pay attention to what they want, but certainly post-COVID student expectations, post-industry expectations for education has changed. And we want to keep up to that and make sure that we're responding effectively. Down there is just some podcast review, and that's a peer review on podcast. So thank you very much to Wayne, the digital champion, for giving me focus and his feedback on that. Orla, I'll hand it over to you now for plans for the future.
Sure, yeah. So I mean, the team did an enormous amount of work in developing new initiatives and new innovations, and they all took on different areas and challenges within their own modules. So a lot of our future work now will be spreading this out to the further program team and beyond that within the institute, and just fine-tuning some of them. As Merla mentioned there, assessing the student feedback is really important. So there's no point continuing to do something that isn't working or that isn't appropriate for the students. If they don't like it, we'll fix it, we'll change it. Or if there's something they can suggest, even better. So it's very important to continually assess what is working from all angles. Expanding the design thinking approach. I mean, touching on the students, there's no reason why students shouldn't be involved with the design thinking approach. I think learning experience design is really it's a very much a group initiative, and the more wider group we have involved with that, the better. So from department heads to students to industry, getting everybody involved at different stages could be extremely useful. And it also helps us just to point out areas that we know that are now identified as work packages for future projects. And that ties into higher ed. The things that have been identified through this process, potentially higher ed 4.0 can help us address those. And I know that the program team here are extremely keen to continue improving their program, improving the learning experience. They're always up for upskilling and for developing new skills. So hopefully we'll be able to explore those links and continue driving this blended approach for this program for the betterment of industry and for the betterment of our students and staff. I think that's it. So back to you, Merla.
Yeah, so I'd just like to say a big shout out and thank you to quite a lot of people here for supporting us, in particular to Karina and the TLO office, Annette, Jessica, and to yourself, Orla, as well, for your support and, for driving it on. And also to the Graduate Study and Professional Development Office who are part of our onboarding of our students, so we appreciate their support. School of Science, so big shout out to Head of Department, Seamus, and Eugene and Des for your support and your confidence in us as well. At the iNOTE project, we're thrilled to have had the opportunity to review and reflect And to the HEA, thank you very much for the funding. We have put it to good use, and we look forward to working with Higher Ed 4.0 and to developing and working on the opportunities that they present to us as a programme. So thank you all.
Thanks, Marilla and Orla. I have to say that your whistle-stop tour and your nice, relaxed, professional presentation and your style belies the amount of work that was undertaken and the amount of detail in those slides that you whipped by. I hope that you'll be in a position to share that detail and that our colleagues around the ATU will be able to really interrogate the work that you've done, because it's impressive. It's definitely a model of best practice that we hope to be able to share with our colleagues and beyond. I hope you're going to be able to stay with us at the end of the session for the Q&A. I imagine there'll be plenty of questions from the audience here, so I hope we'll see you at the end after our next two speakers. Thanks again for the presentation. We're going to move on now to a presentation by Brian Mulligan, who is in the US at the moment, but he's joining us, I believe. His presentation is on work-based degrees, the first step in more authentic, affordable higher education for young people. This is a program based in engineering. This was the theme that our Sligo partners engaged with based on the industry in the region. So without further ado, we'll hand over to Brian for his presentation.
Let's hope the technology works here. Greetings from New Hampshire, by the way. Mike, if you could put up the slide. Want to go to a campus college. And I would say that by designing a learning experience for them where they're in the workplace, it will be more affordable for them. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of students might choose this approach. And it would also, I think, end up being a better degree, particularly in engineering, where seeing the application of technology is very important. So when we went to employers, we used the tagline to sell it to them: grow your own engineers. In other words, take them on yourself. They're from your locality, and you will help build them into engineers. It won't be just us. Okay, so it was a 3-year ordinary degree in mechatronic systems engineering, but of course we've got level 8 online as well, so that they could go further with that. They would spend the full 3 years in the workplace. It's like an extended workplace for the whole of their degree. They would work 3 days per week. Actually, we have been doing this since 2020, September 2020. So they work 3 days per week and they get credit for that. And by the way, that is I think the principle behind work-based learning is that that you can get some credit for what you're learning in the workplace. And they do online study. Now, they have 2 days a week off for doing their study, but in actual fact, well, actually, I'll come to that in a second. So the motivation for this, and I've sort of said it, I think, and this is from having been long experienced in, I suppose, online distance learning, I noticed how much better the distance learners, the online distance learners performed in the same exams as the campus students. Now, some of that was due to their age, but a lot of it was due to that they could see the application of what they were learning in the class. So they tended to do better in their studies, but it would also, I believe, make them better at their work as well once they've graduated. All in all, I'd say it might make a better engineer. Now, the other motivation, of course, is that there is a lot of people around the country that would be keen to do engineering, but they can't afford to, or for other reasons, they don't want to go to a campus. So there is probably maybe a small but significant proportion of people there that are not going to college. They're not getting the opportunity to go to college. So we can address those students, as it were. There's a shortage of engineers in Ireland, so it'll attract more to the profession. Employers, it may appeal to them because it'll allow them to get engineers where they wouldn't otherwise get them. And from the Atlantic Technological University perspective, it actually gives you a larger catchment area. If I were to put that, it's affordability for the student, convenience, let's see, my clicker working here, employability, and for the institution itself, it gives it a geographic reach. So this is the motivation behind it. Okay, so what does it look like for the students, the typical weekly students experience? By the way, I should say, they will have a mentor in the workplace to make sure they're getting on okay, that they're getting what they need at work, and they will have an academic supervisor from the institution. And in a way, you could say that these students, we're keeping a closer eye on them than we'd normally keep on our campus students. The 24 hours working week, it's restricted to that. In actual fact, to be fair to the subcommittee of the Academic Council, looked at this before. I wanted them to have a longer working week, and they restricted me to 3 days. And I think that was for the best, to be honest with you. During that time, there are some things that we specify that they need to do at work, and they come as assignments. They also have to keep a reflective diary. But we leave the option there, or leave. In fact, we ask the employer to put them in specific training for their workplace, which makes them more useful and relevant, and to some extent tailors the degree for the employment that they're in. They take synchronous live classes in the evenings. Now that's happened because the class sizes have been smaller so far, and we've had them join with evening classes, but they have the days to do their study, and there's a lot of asynchronous work to be done as well. In other words, self-directed learning, in which they can get support from the lecturer and from their peers through the forums. The total academic workload, well, there's about 25 hours added to 24 hours. You've got about 50 hours a week, which is significant, but compared to a student that would often be working in a full-time student, be often working in a job in a pub or a shop at the weekend, that wouldn't be excessive, and they're getting relevant work experience. So how has it been going? Well, I have to say that the major challenge here is recruitment, and not because there isn't a market there. For starters, we need to find suitable employers, and because it's a new idea, employers, it requires them to think about this, but I have to say they do seem to be coming around to it. And also, even more of a challenge is communicating this to leaving certificate students, where it's not an apprenticeship, it's not a campus degree, it's somewhere in between. So they need to get to understand it. So the communication is a challenge. Also, when we are getting students who are interested in this, they're coming from just reading the material on the website, reading this aimed at the CAO, and contacting and say, this is what I'm interested in it. But they're not often in the same place as we have employers. And we are putting this out all over the country, by the way. So that could be a challenge. So we can have enough students, enough employers, but not necessarily in the same place. The matching is a problem. So with this, with the help of the iNOTE project, we recruited a work-based learning officer, Stephen Aiken, who's done some fantastic work in this. And let's see if I have a slide here that might show some of the progression. So for the first 2 years, we had 8 students in the first year, 11 in the second, and about halfway through the second, we started we had that extra manpower to work on this. And this year, I think COVID may have been an issue because that was 2020 and 21. So that was in the middle of COVID. Suddenly we have a lot of employers that are really interested in this. So the funding from iNOTE to get out there and communicate with employers has really paid off. So the conclusions, I would draw from what we've done so far under iNOTE are that employers are genuinely very interested, but this is the thing that you have to grow relationships over time with them. We've talked to a lot of guidance counsellors who are really excited about this. They have specific, cohorts of students that they think this would really suit, that they find are capable, don't like sitting in a classroom that much, would prefer to be working. And this is the thing I didn't predict when I started working on this, is that you do really need that person who's working on recruitment. Now, in the apprenticeships, and this is not an apprenticeship, by the way, they have that staff working on recruiting all the time. Their apprenticeship funding covers that. So it unfortunately needs to be covered here. So that would mean you would need to make it financially viable, you need to get slightly higher class sizes to justify that. So it will be a slow burner. We have to grow the relationships, communicate with students and with employers, and communicate over time. And as you see, we have 32 places now. There's no reason why a program like this couldn't be up on 70, 80 students per year. So certainly it could afford that extra staff to work on recruitment. So following on from this, funding from the Higher Education 4.0 and other funding and things that we're doing, these are the things we're thinking about. And so more work-based learning programs are being developed under Higher Education 4.0. We're going to extend this program to 4 years because that's what employers are telling us they want. We're thinking about international. We have a company, Kenmare Resources in Mozambique, who want to take on 2 young Mozambicans onto this program, so we want to see how we can do that. I'm in Southern New Hampshire University at the moment, and there we're talking about low residency programs, and we may be able to collaborate here with them as well, because they're thinking along the same lines about what can we provide for students who can't or do not want to go to college. So then I have a question now. What about those who do wish to attend university? Because I actually, if I were to be totally honest with you, I would say I think this is a better form of education at campus, and all engineering students should be doing this, and probably all students in other domains as well. But as my own kid said to me, but university is the only education I'll enjoy. It's been a pain up to now. Why would you deny me university? So there are a lot of kids who do want to go to university. So how can we take some of what we have here and make it replicable? Well, if we extend a degree to 4 years, okay, and remember, as I say, this is to some extent viable because we have already got modules being delivered for distance learners. That makes it more viable, although I would hope once we achieve scale, by the way, that we'll just keep the classes especially for the work-based learners. Okay, well, what if we bring them to campus and we have them working on projects, because we want to keep that authenticity. So we have project-based learning for 2 years, and then they transfer to the workplace for the final 2 years. Maybe that'll be enough college for them. So I would say we have looked at a model from Charles Sturt University in Australia, and we're now trying to develop a degree, a project-based learning degree that's essentially that mode. Let me talk a little bit more about that, okay? In the first 2 years, the idea, and this is what Charles Sturt University have done in Australia, is that they work from online content. It's self-directed learning content, which covers knowledge and theory from engineering that would be typically in first year. Now, it's delivered through an adaptive system that's able to both control their progress, so they don't move on till they're ready to move on, and monitor it so we can have complete visibility of how they're doing. And of course, we would intervene to help them with that. Now, and meanwhile, that frees them up to work on projects during the day because they don't have to go to classes. Okay, to some extent, flipped learning was mentioned earlier. This is like flipped learning on steroids. All their content is being delivered through this adaptive system, and they're applying it during the day, working on projects. Now, there's a lot of content to develop there, and that's where Higher Education 4.0 comes in, because not only is that funding to pay for lecturers to develop this content, but we're developing a sort of a lean content production system so we can do it efficiently and not take up too much of the lecturer's time. By the way, I should say at this stage that Tralee came up with the same idea independently. They're copying Charles Sturt, and they have a full HCI project based around project-based degrees for engineering. Now, we can go beyond that. This gives us great potential because we have all this self-directed learning content. We can make this available to the public. We can make it available for free. So we can have, there's my dramatic and more. So we can have these self-directed courses. People can come on, they can learn what they need, maybe take the quizzes and get a sort of a certificate of completion or attendance. Okay, but we can add very robust assessment to that and actually give them credits for that. And if they were to gather up all the credits for the self-study part of that first 2 years, and maybe we were to add a capstone project to it, we would have a low-cost higher certificate. And that's a project that I'm working on at the moment in early stages for this, to develop a low-cost higher certificate aimed at low-income countries, because the sort of costs that we have just are not sustainable in low-income countries. So, and then they could go on maybe and join our distance learners or our work-based learners, because even now, by the way, the project that I'm trying to work with in Mozambique, bringing them onto our work-based degree, our fees would normally be about 8,900 per year, and that's out of the reach of people in those countries. So if we can get the cost of the first 2 years down, it will help them a lot. Okay, actually, no, I want to go back to that. Can I go back to that? Because I'm going to leave it at that. I probably went over my time. So if there's any questions, fire away. I hope that sort of gives a picture of sort of the synergies between the different things that we can do from moving on from the work-based learning degree. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brian, for a very informative discussion on work-based degrees. Interesting, of course, a very different model and a different approach in a different industry to our previous speakers, but no less interesting. And certainly the move forward to higher ed 4.0 will lead on from this. I have a successful project under higher ed 4.0, which has been passed on to my replacements when I moved into this role, but a lot of what you're saying resonates with me on that. So I'm looking forward to seeing the outputs from your deliberations on model types, etc. Funnily enough, I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole in my own thought processes here when you're talking about low-income countries and low-cost higher certificates and the likes. And I really was thinking about how we could make things cost-effective. And of course, the recent announcements by Minister Harris on his actions on the Castle's report and funding for higher education in Ireland might take the pressure off that we might be able to engage in elements of corporate social responsibility when delivering to low-income countries, and that we will be able to extend our reach and viewing education and higher education as a public good rather than a private good. So I think there's a lot to take away from your presentation today, and I hope that you'll be with us at the end of the session for a Q&A if you can stay. Is he up? Or it's early morning now in southern New Hampshire. You should be up and after your run, so you should be good to go with our Q&A session when we're done.
I'm afraid I'll probably have to go now shortly. I have a meeting in 15 minutes' time. So.
Does anyone have a quick question for Brian? Are we okay? We'll move on. Anyone got any quick? We'll keep going. Brian, thanks very much and safe journey home.
Thank you. Bye now.
Our final presentation for this session is on digital change and roadmaps for fintech talent development. And the presentation will be given by Michael Margie, who's our Dean of Faculty of Business here at ATU Donegal. So we'll call Michael. He's here with us in person for his presentation today. Thanks, Michael.
Okay, everyone, I'm going to kick off and just to find the last two speakers who are coming in here a little bit late. Very, very interesting. I'm sure the rest were all of a similar calibre, and it's a really dynamic topic area that we have in front of us between online learning and work-based learning, and all the opportunities it presents to us in terms of working in partnership with industry. So I'm coming in on the last session. We're a bit behind schedule, so I'll try and avoid the usual occupational hazard of all good academics, which is I can talk forever. So I'll try and keep things a little bit shorter. And in the presentation that I have in front of you, I'll try and unpack some of this now. Hopefully it'll work okay. I took the slant about digital change and roadmaps for fintech talent development. Some of this stuff, quite a bit of it, is transferable to any industry sector. But when you look at fintech, one particular aspect is that it's a knowledge-intensive industry sector. And because of that, at the moment, because of technology, the rate of change in it, in many cases, is very, very fast indeed. And how do you keep up talent development when the rate of change is so fast in front of you? And it's about innovation ecosystems, and when I looked about talent development with industry, you really have to ask yourself, what is industry trying to do? And increasingly today, industry is trying to be more and more innovative. And when you're in a global business, then you must be at world-class level because you're competing in a global business environment. And to do that, you have to innovate. And to innovate, you need your staff and your talent having all the ingredients you need to hand to be able to innovate to keep yourself competitive. So this is about innovation ecosystems and impact and how you create impact. This initiative was branded under FinTech Learning Labs, and it was useful to have a branding to allow industry in some way think that this was different, because they have their preconceptions about third level education. Some of that comes from their own time in third level as well, and that might have been a more traditional era than where we're faced with how we conduct higher education today. And it's also, we're in a very competitive environment. You have a lot of professional corporate training organizations out there as well, and they have value propositions as well back to the employers, and we have to be very nimble, and we also need to know about what we're very good at. So moving on, I hope. I'm looking here at, on the one hand, to tell a bit of a story, and it starts off with iNOTE. And iNOTE was the catalyst to ask us about getting involved with online learning, digital transformation, and work-based learning from industry. And in particular, it provided some funding for the fintech sector, and there was multiple sectors throughout the CUA at the time, now the ATU. And we had a really good look at what industry needs were for program development. And we had a look at what it meant for industry in terms of talent development and innovative organizations, and how you build learning organizations, how you maximize the talent development in your organization. There's a few things we learned along the way when we stepped in, because we asked them, said we want to look at developing a work-based learning online program that's really looking at developing your talent and your talent needs, and we ended up in a bigger conversation. On one hand, they put forward that there's often a disconnect between HR development, which is staff, and OD, organizational development. I think of OR in there, maybe that's a typo. We also learned that in terms of their mapping out of talent at different levels, entry, competent, and expert, and you had to look to see what level you were trying to develop their staff at, or what your value proposition was to them. And we also looked at the rate of change and the rate of learning in organizations. And if the rate of change is getting quicker and quicker and quicker, then your rate of learning for your staff and your organization has to get quicker and quicker and quicker. Your rate of learning has to be greater than or equal to your rate of change. In fact, your rate of learning has to be as fast as change is itself. So think about that problem for a moment. The other thing we also found out in the organizations is in many cases are built for execution and efficiency. And in those cases, the power of work was stronger than the power of learning. And we had to look into them to see how we could increase the power of learning to make them stronger at learning and to get their staff learning quicker, and that they could become more innovative. And this was a particular challenge in knowledge-intensive industries. From that there, we grew FinTech Learning Labs as a branding. because we wanted to say the FinTech's Learning Lab was a shared understanding, and we got the principals in from the 3 large FDI companies here in the Northwest region, and that went all the way up to CEO level. And out of that there, we had some understandings or principles, and we developed 10 principles of a shared understanding and 11 areas that we had to look at in terms of talent development. This involved developing reciprocal understandings about our 2 different systems. It also involved developing a language, and it also involved looking at the different cultural things. So, you know, when we think about developing a course or program, we might think it'll take an academic year. We'll have that ready next year, you know, between all the work that has to go into validated, getting panels and everything else. If you say that in industry, you've lost them straight away. Next year, sorry, that's too slow for me. They work on quarters. Can you have this ready for the next quarter? Can you have this ready in 90 days? How feasible or possible is that? Well, it is actually possible if you have really stable and known requirements for that program. If they're not stable and known requirements for that program area, that bit of talent development, it's not possible to do within 90 days. But we set ourselves a few challenges in terms of developing reciprocal understandings around design aspects, around speed, and around expertise. And I'm going to expand on them a little bit now, and I'm still staying very conscious to time as well here. In terms of design aspects, well, we learnt that work was moving to the commuter model of work. And then we had to look at how we developed a commuter model of learning. That was the first thing. The second thing we found out, and I alluded to the fact, is we were talking about having a program ready in a year, and they count in quarters. So, you know, how fast could we develop things? The other thing was that they wanted to know about, you know, developing delivering courses. In many cases, our modules are delivered in parallel. You do 3 modules in a semester, and they asked us, could we deliver within 6 weeks? Could you start a course and finish a course in 6 weeks? So we met them part of that way. We couldn't do it in 6 weeks. We could do it in 8 weeks, 6 weeks of teaching and 2 weeks to get the assignment wrapped up, and then you're on to the next one again, as opposed to dealing with things in parallel. The other aspect, we found out that we had to differentiate ourselves from professional training organisations. And one of the things we also found out was that in many cases, the professional training orgs that were providing services to the corporates in terms of technical training, and they expanded beyond that as well, was the non-completion rate, or the disconnect between HR development and OD, organisational development. So they were paying for training courses, right, and people were signing up. They may not have been finishing them, but the actual end organisational development or business value back to the business was low. So what did we find out that we were good at? We found out that we were good at validating and authenticating learning. That's what we were good at. That differentiated us from training organisations. We are good at measuring and knowing that somebody learnt something. And we're also good at showing that back to the person, and we can actually show it back to the organisation as well. So we were able to say a differentiator against training orgs that are out there is that we can validate and authenticate that learning has taken place. The next thing then was how do you get a bridge between where we talk in academic vernacular around program validation docs, module learning outcomes, program learning outcomes. They look at a program, they think it's something you write with code. Modules, what's a module? It's actually part of programming code. But they talk about courses and subjects, and we're talking about programs and modules. So you need to get a common language in there. But the other thing we learned was that how do we marry the development processes in organizations and the development processes in the academic world. And we found out that the way to do that was through outcomes. So while you have program outcomes and module learning outcomes, we had to create a parallel universe that transferred them or translated them into business outcomes and professional outcomes. So you're still using the outcomes language, and that was a much stronger language to speak to the corporate world when you were talking about business outcomes when you finish this stage, and professional outcomes, which is to do with the individual. The other aspect was that we learned from them too about design thinking, and we realized we need to emphasize a step further in our academic validation development processes, which was all too often our academic validation processes are focused on document production, you know, and that's not the way they're set up. But over years and years of doing it and trying to do it very fast, you just think the outcome is get the document done and get it in there and make sure you have all the boxes ticked. What we needed to do was to put a step before that, and you'll see it coming through in some of the previous presentations, which was a design thinking step and using design thinking methodologies to have a much stronger understanding of what the user personas were. We had to understand the user personas better in terms of where they were entry, competent, and expert. And we also had to understand them from the commuter model of work to the commuter model of learning. So the outcome of that there was that we ended up being targeted towards moving people from competent to expert, right, rather than entry to competent, right? And when we were moving them from competent to expert, we also identified another area, which was moving experts to ex-experts. And in doing that, it's really a production of a suite of postgraduate programs that are working on outcomes on two levels, outcomes on business outcomes and outcomes in terms of professional outcomes to the individual who undertakes the course. And again, wrapped into developing rapid rates of learning and rapid rates of innovation and rapid rates of tangible organizational development back to the organization. So moving on from that really quickly, and just to wrap up, these are the 10 principles that we used in terms of developing a common language, a common shared understanding with the employers. Front the curve in terms of being responsive and speed, best minds in fintech, world class and best practice. And that was, you know, when you look at knowledge and learning between the partners in the network, which is between the higher education partner and between the industry partners, is you might have the knowledge that you need to share within that network. But you have to figure out if you have it within that network, and if you don't, you have to reach externally. If you do reach externally, then you bring that knowledge into that network then, and that allows you to innovate at increasingly faster rates. Improved knowledge assets, again, understanding the language around knowledge in your organization. What is a knowledge asset? Whether your organization is learning, have you a learning impairment in your organization, have you learning losses, and how you contribute to innovation. Flexible delivery, part-time online, we've all seen this before. Globally recognized qualifications and lifelong learning pathways, we've seen that before. Program viability, that was a two-way street where we had to push back to employers. And in some cases we had to say to them, if you're looking for training, then it's not us. Go back to training organization. What we're really good at is validating and authenticating that learning actually happened and making sure that that learning is married back in to your business outcomes and your professional outcomes of your staff. A FinTech strategic framework in terms of understanding about what the key areas and what was driving and future scoping it. FinTech focused relationship management, so you had to understand the FinTech sector and manage that relationship. Designed for the world of work. Partnership, tailor-made courses for that cluster, and then real-world expertise pool. And that's the, you know, the traditional language we've held out there about co-design and co-delivery, and I've showed it from another perspective. The 11 areas then are, as you see here, the skills areas, understanding financial markets, being tech savvy, governance and compliance, digital marketing, FinTech analytics and simulation, entrepreneurship, innovations, leadership. The list goes on as you move from left to right, probably moving more from technical and fin, or from business and fin, over to technology on the far side. And then to conclude then, you know, we did some optics around that as well, mapping out what was how we were different in terms of our cluster, and then showing then the different areas. And this was actually designed, but not fully implemented, this was not to the external world, but the presentation to the internal cluster, because we found out that when you're dealing with training and HR managers, it's really hard to get their time. If we looked at it in terms of scale and mass, and we might say that we have maybe 58, 60 academic managers between SL2 and SL3. One of these corporates alone could maybe have 150 50 managers at a similar size or scale. Time. Mike, back to the mic. You can't hear me? You can hear me now? Okay. So anyway, so the good news is I said all the good things when you couldn't hear me, and now I'm live back on the mic, and that's it wrapped up, folks. So thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Again, a very interesting, innovative project that will allow us to learn from those experiences. I guess for myself and in the role that I have been involved in as project manager for the submission, the designation as ATU and moving forward, I suppose the takeaway from this is as we move closer to market in our education and training, as we have done traditionally in our research, we do need to be more agile, more flexible, more responsive to the needs of industry. And I suppose then as an extension of that, Michael, you dealt a lot with your faculty responsiveness, your agility, your staffing. But of course we work within structures. So as we move forward in ATU and develop a new quality assurance framework, I guess the message from you back to the VPs for Academic Affairs, registrars, is that the old style of QAF, quality assurance handbooks, program development that may take years. Some people have gone through programmatic reviews where new programs have been developed. We need a system in place of quality assurance that will ensure quality but also ensure the agility to be able to respond to market. So as we move forward to ATU, our new quality assurance framework will have to be framed to take these types of programs into account, not just the traditional campus-based programs that we've delivered to date. So I think that a lot of food for thought in that, and I think that's a really good wrap-up. Three very different programs, three very different takes, but a lot of learning from that. So are we going to do a quick Q&A if anybody has any questions or comments or queries? You've astounded them. You've shocked them into silence. Okay, well, I have nothing else to do other than say thank you to all our speakers, our presenters, and we look forward to delving deeper into those and learning more about those projects as they move forward and transition into Higher Ed 4.0. Thank you very much, everybody.
The final event of today's symposium is a reflection on iNOTE, and it's a reflection by panel. So I'd like to welcome, first of all, Professor Jacqueline McCormick. And Jacqueline is the Atlantic Technological University Vice President for Equality, Diversity and Inclusion and Online Development. And Jacqueline's going to facilitate the panel. And then the panel will comprise Billy Bennett, the Vice President for Academic Affairs, Registrar, ATU Donegal, Dr. Sean Duffy, Vice President, ATU Integration and iNOTE Project Lead, Dr. Karina Ginty, Project Lead, Head of Teaching and Learning Office, ATU Galway Mayo, Louise Cairns, Online Learning Project Manager, ATU Sligo, Dr. Simon Stevens, Assistant Registrar, ATU Donegal, and Dr. Kieran O'Hanrahan, ATU Project Manager. And I think is Dr. Michael Hannon joining us remotely? Is that? No? Okay. So I'll pass it over to you, Jacqueline.
So we thought that at the end of today's event it would be good to have a bit of a reflection, just to wrap up, to consider the overall aim of iNOTE was to deliver digital transformation for flexible and online learning in the west and northwest of Ireland. So just really to consider, has it delivered what it set out to do? So Sean, maybe I could start off by asking you if you could reflect back to where we were at the start of the consortium, whenever the proposal was being written, and what the situation was at that point, and what it was hoped would achieve in the project.
Okay. Thanks, Jacqueline, and thanks everybody for today. I think it's been very informative, even those of us who were involved on a regular basis with iNOTE can learn something from today, and have learned, speaking personally, have learned from it. Going way back, I suppose, when I say way back, it's just as if it's gone back centuries or so. We're going back 3 or 4 years, but an awful lot has happened in the time in between. I suppose at that time there were high-level higher education objectives set for the country, and we were moving into an era post-recession, post a lot of controls around budgets, around employment frameworks, etc. And for the first time in a long time, there was some money available. And what was also happening was that the higher education sector, rather than giving the grants to the institute or to the universities on a yearly basis, which they still do, there was money set aside from that pot to promote innovation and transformation. That's where we were slotting into it. And I suppose what we were looking at in particular was this whole idea of the growth in student numbers that was predicted, and the growth in student numbers really looking at mature and flexible learners and how would we best cope with it. Now, you're ahead of the curve in yourselves, particularly in Sligo, of how things were developing there, particularly in relation to online. And it was starting that process in Letterkenny and Galway when we wanted to try and, I suppose, catch up with it. But going back to that stage, it was an early stage for us all, and particularly early stage developments of collaboration. So I suppose we were trying to do an awful lot with the money. We were trying to collaborate, we were trying to do things for students, for staff, but I think very early on we realised that we needed the piece that Simon talked about this morning around quality assurance. We needed a piece for focusing on staff, focusing on students, and then focusing on industry. And I think that gave us a discipline to try and work through it. But it was early stages, even early stages in using technology. I remember some scary meetings. Karina probably remember them in Galway. We had an online meeting, and we ended up with some people in person, some people online, and then holding a phone to a speaker at a computer. Not a great demonstration of what the technology, but that's what we were working with at that stage,
Well, thankfully things have progressed.
They have, they have.
And Louise, in particular, one of the things which was in the vision of the project was to try and develop equitable supports for students between online and flexible learners compared to those from campus. You think overall, we only touched a little bit on what has been achieved today, but overall, do you feel that we've made progress?
Absolutely. We have been very mindful, I suppose, of flexible learning. It is more than just online learning, as we may focus on in IT Sligo. So it's evening learning, it's blended learning. So we have now resources that are available 24/7, but it's backed up by a person. And again, touching on our keynote today, that those services are interacting, with the support that they can get, whether it's in the college VLE or whether it's external. The external stuff as well that's on the platform has been open to the community and not just to other members of the ATU, the students. So that's really helpful because we're now starting to link towards the secondary levels when we're looking at academic writing. We have teachers looking to integrate there and to see that there's services. And we are considering, you've seen with Shelley and Linda earlier on, we're considering, piloting inclusion in a sense of we're looking at autism. We're just looking way beyond what the original scope was. So I brought up the original scope at the start of my presentation. And if you have a look through the collaboration for international learning, if I'm a student in any campus in the ATU and I don't perhaps have the money to travel abroad and have an Erasmus type of experience, I can still have that kind of an experience through that international collaboration online. So we've piloted a lot of things. We've had the flexibility to try it out, and that's been really important, I think, when we're trying to expand our horizons for inclusion, that sometimes things work, sometimes they don't, but we need to find that safe place to be able to do it. And I think definitely we have improved the services available to our students a huge amount since we started the project.
A huge amount of work's been done. It's great to see it. And Simon, Sean mentioned about the quality assurance aspects. So what are the biggest challenges? And I know this is going on into Higher Ed 4.0 as well. And what way are you approaching those?
Yeah, I think when we started iNOTE, we had two key challenges. One, the quality offices hadn't worked together before, and through the project and into Higher Ed 4.0, we're now working together very closely in a whole range of activities, including online and blended learning. So I think that challenge is not completely solved. It's addressed a great deal through the project, So I don't think it's as big a challenge as it would have been without the projects. The second challenge was then around the fact that we seem to have sort of two groups of people, those who are very much pro to technology and those who are very much worried about the use of technology in the classroom. And again, I think the projects have helped us to address some of those concerns that we have between staff who were, wanted the technology, others who were cautious about it. So I think the project has helped us deliver a much better base to start from for the work within ATU. So I think we're in a good position now going forward.
That's great. And Craney, you mentioned a little bit earlier about the digital champions. So could you maybe reflect a bit more for us on the impact of that initiative specifically and where you see that going?
So the impact of digital champions was incredible, and I suppose when I reflect now and look back at the journey and where we began, and I mentioned earlier we began with the digital capability audits up here in Letterkenny and moved down along the west and the northwest of Ireland, and it became very clear that creating a champion network and creating change agents was crucial to the success of this project. And getting them involved from the very beginning in relation to the evaluation of the digital tools, how we were going to build this digital education platform, and getting them on the ground working with their departments and taking that kind of leadership role in guiding and mentoring colleagues was crucial, particularly when we hit COVID. Little did we know how much we needed this network. And we worked collaboratively, not just with the champions, but across all the different functional areas that have responsibility for online and flexible learning. So we all became champions, but the idea of being a digital champion was empowered. And we are indebted to that network, and it is growing all the time. And as we said earlier, I think giving them the opportunities to get the badges and the Level 9 Certificate in Teaching and Learning has been a huge bonus for them. And it's having an impact on their career as an educator as well, and on our students, most importantly. So.
And you mentioned COVID. Obviously none of us had any idea what was ahead of us when we were writing this proposal and putting things together. And never would we ever have envisaged a global pandemic during the lifetime of the project. So, Billy, I wonder if you could maybe reflect on the key benefits of the digital transformation that was catalysed by iNOTE whenever we did have to flip to emergency remote teaching and all the rest of that.
Yeah, I think there's an interesting comment actually, Jacqueline, this morning. Somebody mentioned that they had never heard of the iNOTE project. I think that's great, because actually iNOTE and its activities and the outcomes from iNOTE have been so successful that they've become part of the mainstream. And really, to me, that's what this project should be about. We shouldn't actually hear about this project. And similarly with Higher Ed 4.0, by the way, what we should see is the outcomes. We should see the results, and I think that's been critical in this particular project. We could sit here in our great wisdom and say that we had all thought this would be, some huge event would happen and we'd take it, but of course that didn't happen. But iNOTE was beyond critical in allowing us to deal with the emergency when it did hit. We were probably, and different institutions were at different stages of development in terms of digital capacity and expertise. We weren't probably in a brilliant space if it had happened 2 years earlier. And iNOTE has given us the resources, the people, the expertise to allow us to transform how we delivered, to go to the emergency remote teaching as it was. But that's just stage one. I think what has happened really from that is that a lot of staff who did it as an emergency measure kind of thought this worked pretty well, or parts of it worked pretty well. A lot of students who wouldn't have thought of themselves as digital learners saw the opportunity there. And I think for the future, that's really where the opportunity is designing programs that are designed rather than where we had to drift into that. I think for me, reflecting on the iNOTE project though, there was one critical factor that for me made it work, Jacqueline, and that was additionality. It allowed us to do things together that we couldn't do separately. It allowed us to engage in collaborative work that meant that we were able to produce new programs, new students, new areas. And I thought that focus on fintech, on medtech, and on pharma tech was a really interesting one, because what it said was we're a huge region and there are different areas of expertise, there are different needs for industries in those regions, and as a university it's really critical that we're there to capitalise on it. I might just make one other final comment. Kieran mentioned in response to the earlier presentations around the importance of, I think he was referring essentially to agility. What I would say actually is that in ATU we already are leaders in terms of the provision of short programs, what are now being referred to as micro-credentials, but in essence we're talking about special purpose, minor and supplemental awards. I would say we have the most agile processes for approving such programs, and when QQI recently published a report on the numbers of programs across higher education, we were the second, and I mean collectively the second in Ireland in terms of the numbers of programs, and that's only the start.
Yeah, indeed. And another thing then that happened during the course of this project was become an ATU, which was obviously a big event for us all as well. And Kieran, maybe you could tell us a little bit about how iNOTE has maybe contributed to building the relationships and the journey of the institutions to become an ATU.
Yeah, it's interesting. I probably am working to one side of the project, not directly on the project, but even going back to the early comments this morning of the name, innovative and transformative, and I was trying to think, how does that fit into what we're doing? Online blended distance learning is not new, so how are we innovative? I remember my first online program was in 2004-05. I did a certificate in online education in City University in London. I remember in 2011 I was involved in developing resources for the National Digital Learning Repository. Somebody might remember that if you've been around long enough. In around 2016 I was involved in work-based learning, blended learning with Vault Ireland for hospitality tourism, and laterally I was an ambassador for the National Forum representing what was at that stage Letterkenny IT. And I suppose really for me, what's innovative and transformative about this project is A, it's strategic, and B, it's holistic. What I mean by that is online, blended, distance, all of the other non-traditional learning opportunities are central to ATU. They'll be embedded in strategy, they already are. Sligo campus have led out on that, but it is becoming part of the norm. So we are having that discussion at a strategic level, and it is strategically embedded. It is not just dealing with low-level individual projects, small-level projects. This will be pervasive right across ATU, and it will fundamentally change what we do. So in that respect, I mean, it's strategic. Billy mentioned the industries that were responded to in terms of the three programs. We were responsive to the needs of the region, the whole region, and they were very strategically picked industries. There were big industries in the region, but they were also dispersed across the region. So again, we're already saying we're here to serve the region. So the first one is that iNOTE was strategic, unlike a lot of other online blended distance learning projects of old that dealt with one aspect, and it either survived or fell on a piece of technology or a strategy or something along those lines. The second thing about it being holistic, and I mean that in a variety of ways. We've had 4 presentation groupings today, everything from policy to student to academic to program development. It is the entire package. We couple that now with industry engagement, going out to the industries, as I just mentioned. We couple it with our internationalization agenda, which we've mentioned, low-cost countries. We've also looked at how we develop with our partners. But also it's holistic in that, rightly or wrongly, we've been agnostic about a student, and I don't mean that in a bad way. What I mean by that is we haven't developed things for specific students. These can be rolled out, elements of the project can be rolled out, whatever student, undergrad, postgrad, full-time, part-time, work-based, neurodiverse, foreign language students coming in. So in many ways it has been both strategic and holistic as a project, and that's why I would say that it is innovative and transformative, and it will hugely impact the ATU as we go forward. I also think it was a horrendous time for the project to happen given COVID, but it was absolutely an incredible, and this is not to do it down, it was an incredible pilot project, expansive and all as it was, for Higher Ed 4.0 as we come forward. And Higher Ed 4.0 will benefits so much from the work that went on before it in iNOTE, and I hope that the people who are involved in iNOTE will continue in Higher Ed 4.0 and develop on the skills that we've started and brought to a very high level, but I think we can do so much more. So I think they're my two words: it's strategic and it's holistic, and it is embedded in ATU as we move forward.
Thank you very much, Kieran. And then speaking of Higher Ed 4.0, Karina and Simon, you're particularly closely involved in that project. Would you like to reflect at all on the relationships that have been built there and how they've led into that project?
Yeah, I suppose we've been lucky. I suppose we've become friends, you know, and between all the different colleagues that have been involved with iNOTE, but we've relied on each other and shared a lot in between. So that strong foundation from the beginning when we were building out this proposal and working with Sean, and I suppose that was our first introduction, wasn't it, Simon? And then we met. We were lucky actually at the same time that the CUA Research Conference had taken off, and that was another opportunity for colleagues to come together and share, and I suppose to start that collaboration and sharing of innovation and resources, and it certainly has served us very well going into Higher Ed 4.0, and we knew, I suppose, how to work with each other.
I think we probably expected to, build working relationships, but you're right, you get on well with each other, and you almost enjoy the meetings or whatever and have a bit of fun or whatever. So that builds trust, and then it's much easier to do things. Or even when you go visit a different campus, you'll meet somebody from a project that's based at that campus, and that kind of, it's a good welcome for you when you get in there or whatever. So it's good. Big help that way, I think.
Exactly.
So Sean, overall then, as the project lead, do you feel the project has delivered what you hoped it would?
Totally biased, of course, but yes, I do feel from a variety of fronts. I think that when you see the evidence that's been presented today, and today was really only the tip of the iceberg, because I know you could do a day on each one, or I'm sure if you gave people 2 or 3 hours, they'd fill them, So there's so much detail there. So I think from that perspective, when you look back at the original objectives, I think we've met those and exceeded them. But not only that, I think one of the, concerns at the very beginning was, will it work, will it have a legacy, and will it be sustainable? Because that's one of the points we have to address within our final report, to say, how is this sustainable, as in we've invested this money, now is there a future in it? And I think that's very evident today in relation to the resources that have been, and the tools that are prepared and that are available, and that people will see. And as Billy's comment and others comment to say, it really in a while is no longer iNOTE. It is how we approach flexible online learning and how we will go with that. I think that's important. I think there's also been some positive unintended consequences, in the sense that it facilitated us coming together. It gave us a reason to come together at times. It facilitated, as Simon and Kieran and Karina and others have said, about groups forming and formed bonds. And I remember going back a number of years ago when we were still wondering about the TU legislation, etc., and there was a bit of hesitancy in relation to will this work, and will the overall project work, and sharing and giving information, that type of thing. That's all gone. I mean, even when you take a look at COVID and everything, it's like what's mine is yours and yours is mine and all that kind of thing. So that has been very positive, and that's been an unintended positive consequence. So I think there's a lot of solid foundations within it. So yes, in summary, I think we've achieved what we've set out to achieve. I suppose to articulate all that and bring that back down to a nice summary in a report, because it can come across as quite bland to say, yes, we've achieved the outcomes, but I do believe we have.
Yeah. Hopefully you agree as well then, Billy.
Absolutely. I think achieved, delivered in spades actually, Sean, because it's not just, if you look back at the objectives, I think we'd probably reached most of the objectives halfway through the project. And for me, actually, it wasn't the objectives that were written in at all. It was what else we got from the project. I think there was something else that struck me in terms of the success of the project was we actually devolved quite a lot of the decision making and budgets to people at local level. And what that meant was we actually gave a lot of freedom to people to deliver the objectives, but deliver them in their own way. We didn't centralise. I think there's a lot of learning for us across the university in that. We've already been learning in that from the Higher Ed 4.0. These are big projects, but if those projects become associated with a project manager or a few key people, they won't work. When they work is when they're devolved, they're integrated, they're part of how we do business. Kieran, I think that's the kind of language you use, and that is exactly at what will make those projects work. And I think we would see the very same kind of learning happening for Higher Ed 4.0. But you know, for me, the foundational work in terms of building relationships, as Karina mentioned, building trust, and just getting to know people, working together, sharing and collaborating has really been critical for both the achievement and the success of winning the funding for Higher Ed 4.0, but also building the foundations for really interesting collaborations in our new university.
Okay, thank you. And hopefully the funders will also agree with Sean puts in his report.
Hopefully they will. I made a point this morning just to reiterate it again, and I think that everybody here should take a collective bow. When we competed for the funding, we got the second highest level of funding, and that's a minor enough point. But we were really competing against the university sector. So when you go through the original list of projects, a lot of them were led by the university sector. So we were putting our heads up there and saying, we're just as good as you, and we're capable of delivering on that. And I think we've proved that as we've gone through it, and are not now shy in competing for significant funding in the future. And I think that's been a huge lesson as well.
So 2 things now just to finish off. First of all, just to say thank you so much to all the project team, past and present team members, for the huge amount of work's been done. We've only just scratched the surface of it today. There's an awful lot that we haven't had time to get into. So thank you so much to all of you for all the amazing work that you've done and are continuing to do. And thank you also to those involved in organising today's event and streaming it and presenting and all of the rest of it. So thank you so much to all of you. So we wanted just to finish off by a word on Higher Ed 4.0, as we've mentioned it a few times during today's event. So Higher Ed 4.0 is kind of taking things to the next stage, and it's an exciting and innovative project which is designed to help us further transform the way that learners and employer partners engage with third level education. So it's funded under the Human Capital Initiative, Pillar 3, and it's split into 2 distinct areas. The first one is an externally facing service that focuses on employer and employee needs and career path and recognition of prior learning. And then the second part of it is an internally facing service, which is focused on supporting staff in innovative learning models, rapid course development, and the approval of relevant policies and procedures. And this also includes, so far, over 50 innovative sub-projects and also 69 external employer partners. So combining together this internal service and external service will help us to transform the way that learners access education and how we as educators develop and design course material which is best to suit a whole diverse range of learners, and also how we engage with industry and employers to ensure that we're delivering skills for the rapidly changing work environment. So we're going to finish off with just a very short video clip of the Higher Ed 4.0 project, and then that's us for today. So hopefully that will...
We move out of the way.
Higher Education 4.0 is an exciting and innovative project which is designed to transform the way learners and employer partners engage with third level education. It is funded by the Human Capital Initiative under Pillar 3, which covers innovation and agility. The project is split into 2 distinct areas. Firstly, we have an externally facing service that focuses on employer and employee needs, on career path, and on the recognition of prior learning. And then secondly, we have an internally facing service, which is focused on innovative learning models, on rapid course developments, and the approval of relevant policies and processes. So combined together, these 2 services will help us to transform how learners access education and how we as educators develop and deliver course material to best suit a diverse range of learners, and also how we engage with industry and employers to deliver skills for today's rapidly changing work environment.
With the support of the Higher Ed 4.0 project, we've been able to launch mycareerpath.ie. This website, which is unique to Ireland, will help guide learners and employers in developing learning pathways, including recognition of prior learning, RPL, to achieve their education and training needs. By visiting mycareerpath.ie, learners can book an appointment with one of our Career Learning Pathway advisors who will guide you through your learning pathways. Learners will be given access to interactive tools, career assessments, short e-learning courses to develop their skills at their own pace. Employers can book an appointment with our team who will work with your employees to develop career learning pathways and courses with the Atlantic Technological University to address skills shortages. We will also be able to advise on the recognition of prior learning, where skills and experience you've already acquired can count towards your entry to a course at the Atlantic Technological University. Visit mycareerpath.ie to book an appointment with one of our advisors to start your journey to your dream career.
Innovation is a key theme of the Higher Ed 4.0 project. Our core aim is to build a system to respond quickly to employer and learner needs in an agile, efficient and cost-effective way. We're developing new learning methods over the areas of work and project-based learning, micro-credentials and Moocs to ensure that we have the best teaching methods to reach different learning groups. We collaborate with industry to address skills shortages in several ways, by rapidly developing bespoke courses, by liaising with industry to ensure our course content addresses their current and future skills needs, and by ensuring that we work to engage with learners who may not have traditionally engaged with third-level education. The agile and responsive approach we are taking also requires agile processes and appropriate policies within the ATU. By developing our policies in this way, we will have the ability to rapidly develop new courses to address industry skills shortages.
The Higher Education 4.0 project has team members based across all of the Atlantic Technological University campuses and was one of the first distributed projects of the ATU. In order to deliver on the project goals in a lean and agile way, we've been innovative, not just in project development, but also in how we use technology for communications and project management across the team. This agile approach has been embraced by the ATU. It can be seen in how rapidly the team have been able to develop mycareerpath.ie and also in the sheer number of projects that are under the innovation theme. Of course, none of this would be possible without the tremendous levels of engagement we have had from our industry partners. Their input, advice, and willingness to share insights has helped us develop a suite of projects that we believe will benefit business and learners from the West and Northwest for many years to come.
The Higher Ed 4.0 project covers the areas of access and engagement with education, innovative teaching methods, and agile policy development, all of which are supported by high levels of engagement with our industry partners. To find out more about the project, visit highered4.ie. For media queries, or if you're interested in becoming one of our industry partners, contact details are available on our website. For updates on project progress, interviews and more, don't forget to follow our social media channels.